Well, it may be live now. Maybe. Here we are. For now. Presuming it keeps working. But I think it wasn't mounted properly, that's why it came out. So I guess we'll find out. Seems to be alright for now. Okay. Here we are. On our way. In the Blue Mountains. In the foothills. Well, probably more than the foothills. Here we are, friends. How are you? It is a privilege to be here today with you on our second pilgrimage. We do these once every quarter. Easter, Passover, we are doing today. A week or 2 weeks for us from Holy Weekend, Passover, Pashka, 1 week for others from Easter. And so we're doing it. Then we're going to do Pentecost. And Christmas, as you know, friends, will be live in the same way as it is now. Will be live in Scotland, visiting Iona and the Hebrides, these holy, holy sites and Orthodox sites. So it was a great pleasure last time when we visited for the before Christmas period, and we'll also do it before Michaelmas in another 3 months' time, or actually I think that is a bit further along. There's a 4 or 5 month gap to that. But it is perfect. One good thing about Australia is the season matches up with the appropriate mood in the lead up to the resurrection. This autumn mood, this dying of the light that must occur, this scourging, this dying. And as we know, friends, and as we'll find out, today we're going to visit, and as long as the signal holds up, you can join me for that visit in venerating the icons at St. George Monastery, Greek Orthodox monastery, or simply Orthodox, since it's one orthodoxy, as we know. To venerate the icons, and then moving off-site to do our reading of the canon for Holy Thursday, which is the stages of the Passion leading up to the crucifixion. But so important to that is this idea that this truth that Christ, Son of Man and Son of God, the Lord, when you call out to Him in mercy, when you talk of all the evils that occur to us, all the struggles and happenings and hardships that happen to us, He knows it all. He is the one God who has died. So we can never say to Him that you don't know what it's like to die, Lord, to be experiencing decay. He does. At the same time, the Logos, it's not only the Son of Man that died. Remember, it's two wills. The Son of Man and Son of God, one hypostasis, right? It's without going into the theology, He's one God, one Son, but the Son of Man and Son of God as the two unions. He's perfect human and the Son of God, the Logos. Both died, which means that even in the furthest distance is Christ. Even in the furthest death in hell and Hades. Remember, the Greeks used to say, better to be a pauper on earth in the material world than to be a shade or to be a king in the land of shades. Because Hades is hell, Sheol. Hell, the pagan, the Anglo-pagan, Nordic pagan, that's where you go when you die. Unless, and the same thing for the bosom of Abraham before Christ came. It was still an awaiting. To where the dead ancestors are, you could say. So they're in hell. This is not a good place. This is, of course, hell is here. But what point I wanted to make and talk about, or one of the points of the many points that are going to be talked about today, is the Son of God died. It's the Son of God doesn't separate off while the Son of Man dies. No, Son of God and Son of Man dies. The Logos is dead in hell, right? For those 3 days. It means that everyone who is fed by the Logos is breathless for this time. And what supports that from the Gospels? There's a clear example in the context of the curtain is not torn, the temple is not cracked horizontally. It doesn't split off the vertical from the horizontal, the Son of Man from the Son of God. It splits very clearly. It's said to split down from vertical to the bottom. Right? It's a crack of death for both. What else supports that? The eclipse of the sun that occurs. So the Logos also dies in this time. What else supports this? Well, the Lord Jesus says, not when the sun is eclipsed, essentially. He says, not Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? No, it's God, God, why have you forsaken me? Being cut off. He knows what it's like to have the essence of love, God's essence, cut off from him for that time. Although maybe that's a bit theological there. I do know that he has to die though. And if he die, he has to experience what it is to be, and it's the Son of God who experienced what it is to die and resurrected it all in 3 days. So that makes sense. He and the Father are one. But at that moment, he had to die. Because well, it's for us. It's all for us for many, many, many reasons. But you can never say to him that he doesn't know what it is to die. Fully as God. Because he is God, the sufferings he experienced are a million orders of magnitude worse. You think that, oh, well, he's God. It wasn't that bad, what he went through. No, he constantly suffers for us, constantly provides and helps every person, trying to lead them, when they reject him, hinting and not messing with their freedom. Hopefully this is still working, friends. I better check. Wasn't a good start. I bought some new bits and pieces of equipment, but maybe it was just loose. Let's hope it was loose. Seems to still be working. Great, it's still working. Although it sounded loud, as if... Let me just watch that again. I just want to make sure the mic's working. Yep, it's working, good. And so, Son of Man and Son of God dies. And so, as I said before, it means that even in the darkest It's a bit moody like that today, so it's appropriate, like I mentioned. It's good in Australia with the seasons that you experience this autumn, this dying of the plants. It's appropriate for the lead up to the resurrection. And we should also take this into account with what we're going to talk about today, before we go into the canon, because we're walking for an hour, because what purpose would be a pilgrimage unless you walked a little, right? So it takes about an hour to get to the monastery from where we start. And then we're going to walk a bit further and do our reading together. And so take a special care in Holy Week. It's called Holy Week, but we're crucified in this time. A big part of, if you're involved in hesychistic practice, and everyone should be who watches this channel, everyone should be in general, concentration without effort in prayer. That's the ultimate fasting from the surface senses. Because the senses eat. The will eats. The senses eat. And when they're turned around and when they're closed off, we go somewhere else. Or we can be taken somewhere else. Through the Jesus prayer. And not even through the Jesus prayer. That's merely an appeal, a moral action, as we know. I've used the word collaboration. I think a better word is participation. Participation, because yes, it's passive active, but every action is moral. It's not even half of it is a bringing about. It's an effort, that it's true, but the Lord takes into account our little movement. And yes, it expends energy, it's effort, but there's no efficiency in there. There's no least amount of energy for maximum output, even half. I don't want to allude to the idea that half of it is that. It's a moral effort, and the Lord grants us grace unevenly. Unevenly. It's like he says that, or one thing forgiven can equal a thousand sins. It's moral. So there's one, it could be a huge thing that was bad that was done to you, that if you forgive it, all 1,000 other sins can be forgiven. It's not efficient, it's not one for one. It's moral. And you find this out over time, and it just shows you over and over again that there's no, it's not psychological, as the devils try to, in isolation, convince you at the time. But it becomes clearer. It's divine, but also moral. Some nice houses here, as we can see. Divine and also moral. From the silence, from the zone of silence, from the dorsal human being, but we'll find out from the rear, from behind, from the unseen, where fear. Well, let's get into that. So let's talk about hesychism and the passion. Hesychism and the passion. Theoria and the passion, contemplation and the passion. We're not on Twitter today because every time I forget to update the subscription, it just doesn't let you broadcast on Twitter. But anyway, who cares about that? And so, to understand anything divine, we have to approach it with a bowed head to even have a chance of the experiential theology. True theology is experienced theology. Academic theology is abstraction. It can at most be an icon, maybe, but most of the time it's an idol, an intellectual idol. in the way of, and actually can create great lack of humility in many ways, as it's used as a tool of philosophizing and retroactively philosophizing about creation and origins without seeing them, and used in debates and arguments, right? And without, because look, the experience of authentic theology from Hesychia, from Hesychism, it can be considered rare, yet everyone's called to it. And I think now it's greatly possible if we can get out of this critical mode. But part of getting out of that critical mode is, okay, we're walking away from this world of, in a sense, people attacking the ortho-bros attacking people, getting out of the critical mode. The Lord doesn't like any of that. At least he doesn't like it on the road up to him. Maybe you can do something out of love, but not the posed, I'm doing this because I love you, which some people do this. They convince themselves saying, I'm being rude to you out of love for you, you know. But it's not about tone. It's about the critical mode that keeps you away from God. And so we have to take this attitude of, before we even bow to the text or bow to the Lord, bow the intellect to the Lord in Hesychism, getting out of the critical mode is essential. So I just wanted to mention that, because a lot of people exist in that world. They watch political channels more, and look, the Lord will bring you out of it slowly, but he'll show you the difference between the joy that comes from criticism and competition, and the joy that comes from peace and love, but not psychological peace. I'm talking about divine love, and whose only source is Christ himself. Like, it's not a matter of mere imitating a pattern of action from the Bible. You have to watch with him for an hour, as he says in the gospel, and reject going to sleep for that time. And when it's tried, sometimes sleep, and just for people who are engaging the practice, when thoughts come up, you think no, right? And reject the thought, and then continue the Jesus prayer. This can also be done to when the very edges of sleep approach. If you start to see certain things, you know, in dreams, you can see imagistically, right? When it first creeps up, sleepiness, if you notice the sleepiness, or during your Jesus prayer and concentration, your eyes are already closed at this point, and concentration without effort in prayer, you can also, and should, this is part of the strengthening, the Lord is putting you through a strengthening as well to reject the sleep. And so, just as a note to others who do this practice, that if you get an even slight feeling of tiredness, treat it like a temptation thought, and continuously say no, 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 then back to Jesus prayer, then no, back to, as soon as you feel it again. Or if you start to notice the imagistic things of dreams, you know, people or anything visual, because that can start to, you know, when you first slip off into sleep, you can notice this. You notice this in the depth of practice, and so you do the same thing until it's back to conscious and fully conscious and present, right? Continuing the Jesus prayer. So they can be, and this gives you a sense that sometimes the lethargy are demons. So, but even so, even if it's just sleep coming, it's definitely something the Lord you can use your own, the grace that's granted to you by the Lord can be used and should be used to stave off sleep by rejecting it. I've just wanted to share that. And the intimation that was sent to me and given to me was it's strengthening, because this process is a strengthening as well. Not only do you reject temptations of thought and imagination, but as sleep can come with imagination, because sleep comes, when you're on the edge of sleep, imaginations send, and you'll fall into unconsciousness for a second. But before that, you can reject it until it goes. You can think no and it will go away for a while. Just like any other temptation. This might take a while to get used to, but you will notice that you can detect when, during the depths of your practice and the depths of concentration, that approaches. It's actually part of it in a more advanced stage. But anyway, we were talking about approaching the text reverently. I just wanted to mention that because it's pretty important. You can't, if you approach it as from the mode of critique, like we just mentioned, those critical forces, those judging forces, judging essentially. No, I don't mean judging left and right, but you know, you won't be able to approach him with that mode. It has to come from love. But at least reverence, bowing, because this whole process we're bowing the idea superstructure, even if we think it's Christian. We've got an idea superstructure. We have a kind of idol if we've just used academic theology. We have an idol that's bowing too, because believe me, you've got false ideas and propositions, false superstructures in that. Even if it's all seems to add up logically, there's some extensions of it imagistically. There's more to ideas than the rigid outline of them. As you find when you get to the ground of them, primordial concepts carry will and feeling with them. So, it's not as simple as you think. Not as simple as you think. As the great Sophrony of Essex talks of, the true theology is Hesychia. The academic theology can hold you back. This is a problem that David Balfour, who was originally a Catholic, had. Not that this point is not anti-Catholic at all. He did become Orthodox eventually, but he also involved himself in Easternisms. But they had a lot, Saint Sophrony saw the uncreated light, was a hesychist, but incredibly very rigorously talks about the difference and how academic theology, and he came from that area, can hold you back from the true theology, which is experienced. Like I often say, it's a fact of experience. That's what you want. And that's communication with He who you can actually ask, is this true, Lord? And then obviously apply that to the epistemic principle, because as the Lord said with his saints, he said, one of his saints said, St. Mark, I think, the ascetic, said, who's more devoted? He who accepts every thought or thing that comes to him, or he who questions it? Obviously, it's the latter. It's the Lord knows if you're being careful and not accepting every thought that comes to you with a emotiveness as him, that you check using conscience and intuition to see if there is the breath of eternal peace. As the Lord said, peace be with you, and he breathed on them. This can be a response, and it's not any faculty, although you could call it a way of being, a way of doing, a virtue. Virtue, that's what virtue means, a way. Christ's virtue body, his functional structure, that's the Son of Man. But you got to be careful not to think it's some technique, because it's a grace. So it's the idea that we can consult conscience and ask questions, not only receive it as something after we do something, this breath of peace, cool breath of peace, felt behind the eyes, and joy. Not only, but you can ask questions and receive that. And but it's something that it takes a while. Discernment is tied up with morality. You need to have already been granted and be praying every day for the Lord's truth and the virtue of discernment and humility. And you also need to know, so you're not conceited about what you do, because when you talk about the different virtues that you gain, you make a lot of progress in virtue, right? But then we become conceited, in a sense, in thinking we did it when we didn't. That's a big issue. So you have to, and it's not that because we're just inflated ourselves. It's from a lack of knowledge, simply, you can become conceited. So we have to read St. Maximus, the confessor, let's say, and see what the seven, and it's more than this, but see what the seven spirits are that are granted. See what the virtues are that are granted, so you know, and you can thank him for them every morning. And this, he'll show you when he withdraws the virtues, because you will become conceited, even though, because you'll think that the first stage in virtue is, yes, we resist the passions, and we pray for virtue, the Lord grants it to us. And then we're like, oh, thank God, I'm not being bothered by sexual provoking and other sins we used to have. We've forgiven people, we're forgiven. Life is great, things are getting a lot better. And then because we just, without even doing it, without doing anything, we just think it's us. We begin to deep down, without as a proposition believing that, because we don't know. So we have to, then what happens is the Lord, he might dally with looking at a woman too long or something like that. Either way though, if you haven't learned what they are, a drunkard is not an authentic mystic, let's say, or a hesychast. Because the hesychast finds out and knows what he goes through. He doesn't just go through it. The Lord wants you to gnosis, to know what you're going through. And so this has to keep developing. You've got to keep learning, keep asking him questions, keep being guided by him, but also his saints. And so you can't just have the experience and be granted the virtues. You need to know. We have to participate in the tradition. No one starts again brand new, even though the Lord will guide you, especially in an age like this. As the introduction of G.E.H. Palmer, the translator of the Philokalia, probably the most holy book after the Bible, said himself, there's an extreme lack of spiritual guidance in the West. Extreme lack. In modernity, actually. He didn't say just that, he said modernity. Like, you literally probably have to go to Athos to find a hesychast. It's rare, right? Who has experience of theology, primordial theology, the essence of things, the uncreated light, and because they're so humble, they won't even mention it, right? So it'd be difficult to find at the same time. Point is, can't remember why I mentioned that. And so, humility we talked of just then. Humility. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Here come the barking dogs. Humility. Foot washing. The mode of foot washing is how it works in heaven. But yeah, you have to, there's two things that foot washing have that are, this mode is the opposite to any other religion. There's one religion. The rest are just demonic cultures, I'm afraid, or humanisms that believe that they're religious. We have to tell the truth about this stuff. So, why? Because one is mounting the throne. This is the way of Satan. This is the way of heathen paganry most of the time. Some of them get involved in Easternisms as well. But it's characterized by the one, you could call it the wings of the bat, the will to power, but also self-enthroning, right? Lifting yourself up onto the throne, not washing feet, lifting oneself up. What is this characterized by? It's a courage without any devotion. Or it's a worship of the will to power itself and pagan gods of power. There's obviously no love. But yeah, enthroning, right? Just, it helps you understand what foot washing is to oh man, I should have worn pants today. I forgot that there's no footpath as you get further up. Ah, fuck, oh well, I'm just gonna have inflamed allergy skin after this. That's what happened to me last time when I walked down there. I forgot about that. Oh well, I'm sure it'll be alright. These Australian plants, grasses. Yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, and so foot washing is both the mode of service, will to service versus will to power, and it's still working. And devotion. Now, what does now the Easternisms are characterized by a winged serpent fleeing upward. What's that? Ah, get off. Oh man, yeah, I forgot about this. It just has to be done. Which way was the best to approach it? I don't remember. Probably the left side. All right. Okay, off we go. And so what were we saying? We were talking about, so the East. We've talked about this many times, but this foot washing, they don't foot wash, they flee upward. So they're not bowed, they haven't bowed anything, right? They talk about having a devotion to a personal God and then just abandoning it once they've manifested, quote unquote, the transcendent self. And sensophrony well articulates the difference. How the East, it is spiritual, but it is like the psychological, when you reach the end of where the transcendent self is, it is a kind of spiritual, but it's not eternal. So in a sense, there is only really one spiritual when it's eternal, right? But demons operate. So are they operating in some kind of, you know, can you consider that spirit? Yes, but it's not, it has no essence, right? So ultimately it isn't. Ultimately it isn't. So ultimately it isn't. And So as St. Sophrony of Essex says, and this is a very recent saint, so a very important mystic, very important, died in 1993, reposed in 1993. Certainly a saint. If you read his book, we shall see him as he is. He formerly he experienced the uncreated light in youth. Then he went to these Easternisms because he followed satanic thoughts that tempted him with this idea that the absolute has to be impersonal, which is of course wrong. And thinking that actually keeps you in this psychological spiritual, you could say, or just simply psychological. But when you hear the word psychological, it tends to be, make people think, oh, cognitive science or cognitive, no. These mystic effects, they will, spiritual effects occur, but it isn't authentically spiritual. It's not divine. It's temporal, is what I usually say. It's temporal. Demon activity. The transcendent self, right, the essence of man, is holy, but it's on the edge. It's temporal still, or you could say it's nested in the eternal. And so, what happens is though, what they do, the serpent fleeing upward, it's fleeing its mission here, its first love. The Lord has sanctified here. We are to ennoble our own Son of Man, you can think about it, right? It's part of the mission. You can't abandon the empirical self. Think about transcendent self, empirical self. The will to power person who enthrones has courage and no devotion. He abandons the transcendent self. He leans into his empirical lusts, his worldly lusts, until what happened to Nietzsche occurs. He worships the will to power, abandons conscience until he's so evil. There's two ways conscience stops bothering you, because it only exists after Christ incarnated, because ultimately it comes from him, through your transcendent self. The more you purify yourself, the more conscience is first your angel, then an archangel, when it's or actually more consider conscience archangel, because it's to do with the collective group, and archangels represent are group based. You've sinned against the group, let's say, right? Once you've been purified to a certain degree, well then objective conscience proper communicates with you. Through your transcendent self though, you could think about it, right? Because the empirical self, the existentialist, or even the will to power person thinks his self, as Nietzsche called it, is a mighty commander. But that commander is this encompassing being, because you as the conscious person are like a king in a king in his realm, and he only has his castle for what he can see. The self is the whole realm, let's say, and it often will row boats in other directions, and you're only rowing this weak boat. But the existentialist sees this self, this mighty commander, as all the content of experience. So it's just the pinnacle of everything one has experienced here. We know, as essentialists, that the transcendent self is the portal to Christ. It's it's really the thought, and this, I think Sophrony talks about this, the thought God has had for us for all eternity. And that's what the Lord leads us towards. But so instead of being a pinnacle, it is the pinnacle, but its law is the law of holiness and goes towards what is holy, leads us towards what's holy, helps us contemplate what's holy, or it's through it that we contemplate what's beyond it. There are other transcendent selves, many of which that are above us. And so the Easterner thinks, the major philosophies think that the transcendent self is God. No, that's the edge of the temporal, really. That's it. And so St. Sophrony is quite right when he says it's psychological. That has spiritual effects, of course, but the psychological is spiritual, but it's not ultimately essential. It's not emanation, is what I'm saying. It's not, it doesn't originate from the eternal. It's temporal. It's the mixed waters below the firmament. And so really psychological is the best way to explain it, but people might get a false idea and they'll think, but look, I did the yogi practice and I experienced these mystic effects. That doesn't seem like psychology. Well, ultimately psychology maps that pagan spirituality. Carl Jung describes this. The archetypes, these spiritual forces, so it is proper to call it psychological. It's not ultimately true, it's mixed waters. They have power though. Demons are real, they have power. Here, in temporality, they have power. And so, wow, I mean, haven't even got to past the first stage of the Passion. We're talking about foot washing, but we're explaining these alternate modes which aren't eternal. This fleeing upward abandons the ennoblement. And make no mistake, that's what we're doing. A lot of the saints in the Philokalia talk about the passions as evil. But one of them, I think one of the later ones, it's St. Isaac the Syrian, I think it is. This aligns with Valentin Tomberg when he says that no, they are badly trained, aimed at the wrong thing. And so what we're doing with that, we're actually washing the feet of our lower self, and we don't abandon him. He's a lost sheep. So all the passions that attack, yeah, they're provoked by demons. They're, in a sense, they've been made demonic. But what we're really doing by rejecting them, I think you could take either if you wish. They both work for practical reasons, but I think St. Isaac is right when he says that that they are, the passions have been, the impulses have been miseducated because you fall into demons, right? And you will experience demons on this process. You have to. There's no salvation without temptation, and it's something you have to face in contraction, in scouring, which happens in the lead up every year. If you're going in this process, you have to experience it. The Lord is never far away, though. Like he says to the apostles, he says, I'm here, I will go for a while, but I will return. I can't remember the exact quote. This applies over and over again. It's never long, not long, and I will be back, right? Basically, you have to go through that crucifixion too. You don't have grace, he's strengthening you, but he says, look, because it feels like he's gone, right? And so you'll be lost, in a sense, if you don't realize and don't read the Gospels and don't realize this applies to you and your relationship with him as well in this process. You might be lost, because to have it removed, you in a sense forget what it was like when he was there, to a degree. And so to have these reminders, and especially later on, I think I can say that it's usually about 3 days' time. You know, he was entombed for 3 days. And so the contraction lasts, where he's gone, and we have to rely on, and during this time that he's gone, And you will experience this in Holy Week. During this time that he's gone, for 3 days or more, I think early on for me it would last maybe a week, and then he would be back. This is when Satan attacks. And at night, he'll wake you up, keep you awake. His demons will feel. Because look, what did Carl Jung talked about? Formerly, the spiritual forces weren't just felt as desires. They were cosmic forces felt as pushes of gravity. This is demonstrated in the miracles when the apostles are being buffeted in the boat together. There's a wind though leading these. There's a wind pushing them in one direction, and who is that wind? Of course, right? Christ's impulse. Now these buffetings are other cosmic forces, and so demons, right? Now they're moving us around. This you will feel this when woken up at night, because you're going through this hesychism and concentration. What was unconscious or is unconscious for modern man, and he only experiences as desires for things, show themselves as they truly are. And while you're awake, you experience what they would experience while they're asleep. And so you are buffeted. Just imagine the feeling of gravity, I suppose that's it. But the Lord's never far away. He walks on water. And so you pray to him. But he might be gone for a while, so you have to have courage and wait. And then he'll come eventually. And then you'll be able to get to sleep again, let's say, during this time. And so like 3 days is something that's very consistent later on. So just remember that he'll be back in 3 days, and you'll have experience of grace and the Lord's love and divine peace again. But even during that time, the blessing of hesychism and concentration without effort, and what becomes possible in this, is that even when you're going through a contraction, is that if you do the hour practice in the morning, by the end of it, in reaching peace, or you don't reach it, you're taken there, but you are still able to commune with him because you're confessing every morning. So you have reprieve during the concentration without effort in prayer from the distance from him. But once you're back to the surface and you're going about your day life, he's not right there granting you grace, granting you loving impulse of hope. You're bereft. But again, that's the ultimate blessing, is that while you're doing it, because that you can go to him still in that period by fasting of the world, really. And so the passion itself, I mean, this is a very long digression, but the passion itself is the highest stage of what is also expressed in the Lord's word, in his ministry, let's say. Some people call it a ministry. In his word, he expressed his word, like in the Beatitudes, teaching us the Lord's Prayer in that period. And also his miracles are an even higher part of that. And so this is going on. This is in the Beatitudes expresses a crucifixion. The poverty of spirit is a crucifixion of a kind. In withdrawing, you're being crucified. In sitting down to do concentration without effort in prayer towards hesychism, you are silence, you are doing the Jesus prayer, you're fasting, you're going into the desert. The senses are no longer chasing what they desire. They're worshipping and doing what the Lord says to them. They're in obedience, because there's nothing more the Lord wants you to do than to find this time in the morning, like I've said many times. Can you not watch with me for an hour until eventually you don't fall asleep at his side? If we are to die for him, what did he say to Peter? That if you can't even stay awake, then how are you going to die? So obviously this is tied up in this process, that to be able to be strengthened, to go through the portal of forgetfulness, the portal of sleep, and then the portal of death, right? He's the gate to all of them. To be awake while you're asleep, let's say. And so, reverence, humility, foot washing, this is how the eternal treats its hierarchy and how we are to operate here. And so we have to get this in our heads, this mode of will to service, love, devotion to that which is above, service to that which is below, including charity towards and love towards our empirical self. These are lost sheep, lost passions that are to be retrained. The demons, take it as demon provokings, but the passions themselves are retrained. We are to, when we reject the temptations, we do it neutrally. We don't get fired up by it. We don't get tied up in annoyance, or we just reject them. And so we're not abandoning it. We're not ending, like self-ending, that word. I don't want to use it because it might ruin the stream, but you can kill the transcendent self. That's what the will to power Satanists do. And I mean implicit Satanists, not the caricature people who call themselves Satanists. I mean, modernity is Satanist. Means that the people that lust after power, or the heathens, pagans, and modernity itself is pagan already. So, but the people that worship pagan gods, that's all will to power. So they are essentially abandoning the transcendent self. Or if they half seek it, they're doing it in an Eastern way, which we've just characterized as well. And so foot washing is the relationship between above and below, getting this right, devotion and service. And we as we do it to have devotion and love towards him, it helps us then serve our neighbor too. Our closest neighbor is the transcendent self and the empirical self, the lower human. The next relationship in terms of the passion, and we've talked about these things before, we're not just going to be talking about this stuff again. Once we get to the monastery, after that we'll go through the canon as well. So and so let's just check where we are here, see if this is still working. Might not be, I don't know. Oh, looks like it might be. It's not that remote. Good, still working. Hello, friends. And so, there we are. How's that? Looks good. The next is but also I think it helps to understand in that step. That's the mode we have to get into, devoted, will to service, abandoning will to power. And I've mentioned, that's why I've explored these different things. Everything I've just talked about in the last half an hour is tied up with this, abandoning these alternate ways. Loving, devotion, service, forgiveness. Obviously that's tied up in foot washing. It's tied up in the Beatitudes. These things are all linked. The Beatitudes are linked to the miracles, are linked to the Passion, and they're kind of recapitulations, and the highest is the Passion. So Now the next is the relationship between left and right, the scouring. So once we've got this foot washing down, we're recognizing that that's what the angeloi do for us. That's what Christ does for us in our concentration without effort practice, right? We recognize that. And what happens in our concentration without effort practice? We experience in a minor way what Christ goes through, both internally at first, as the soul is transformed. Now during this, like we mentioned earlier, the temptations that will come to us are both luciferic and satanic. Luciferic and satanic. The egoistic inner, Lucifer speaks to subjective seduction. He's tied up with the feeling soul. Misappropriated love, loving the wrong thing, let's say. Antipathies and sympathies. That being said, the origin of all antipathy is Satan, who is more objective. He handles what is most of the hypnosis in the objective world. Will to power, utilitarianism, the desire point, the things in the world that provoke you. This is mostly Satan. It's Satan. Subjective, seduction, Lucifer, objective, hypnosis is a way of separating them. Though they are tied up, right? And so when you think about egoistic wounding, so what, we understand this left and right, the scouring, when we hear the Master says to us, our beloved Lord, let the left hand not know what the right hand is doing. The left hand is Lucifer, the right hand is Satan. What happens? We're in the middle, this in-between. We're above the empirical self in a sense, this son of man that we are. We're above the empirical self and its passions and desires, helping to retrain it from and rejecting the demons. And the Lord's grace allows us and grants us virtue, right? So too with left and right as well. We constantly have these two devils here to deal with. What they want is to have this objective provoking of Satan and the desires in the world, utilitarian, increase of power and enmity. Sounds like a test of a fire siren there. He wants that. But to bypass you in the middle and go straight to antipathy and sympathy, luciferic feeling, and the left hand. If he can do that, he can just have it oscillate. You know how you see drug addicts when they just go in these circles, and look, it's not just drug addicts, it's all people in modernity are kind of addicts of a kind. It's from objective hypnosis straight to subjective antipathy and sympathy. And what does that mean? Egoistic loves and hates, which are prejudices that we have in modernity and are born into. Now, in the scouring, we're being strengthened to become not fake objective of the English referee or the scientist, which is Satanism, but the pure angelic objectivity of love and following conscience, divine will. And that is going to both deny sympathy and antipathy. That doesn't mean you'll be some pushover either, because you follow divine will. And so if someone is trying to exploit a situation, you don't just allow it. You're not going to fight them, but you walk, you follow divine will. In humility, in strength, but the Lord's strength. divine will, love, but divine love. And so you stop the left hand knowing what the right hand is doing, because what these forces want, your will is tied up in the world, the will to power. We're withdrawing these 5 dark currents of the will from the world by doing the hesychistic practice. As that happens, that will has to be crucified. You have arms because of a will to grasp at the expense of others. You have legs because of a will to advance at the expense of others. You have a head because of a will to power, will for more. It has to go down to the heart. And those 5 dark currents need to be transformed into the will to service, love. To be able to become, the will becomes a sense organ then. The will withdraws from the world, becomes a sense organ for the divine. Let's say, wings. So the Lord, always it's a participatory thing only, and the Lord, it's with the Lord's grace. It's always something He allows you and grants you. And so, this is experienced most acutely in practice itself. Every morning, for me also, still, and will always be so. The silence is brought about by grace. You don't do it yourself. Though over time a general silence in hesychism becomes more and more, and also silence itself, a zone of silence behind the eyes, is something it's Him you draw strength from, the peace comes from, and the divine love comes from near the heart. Well, it makes union with the heart, this zone. But that's a long story. We've talked about that in other streams. And so, the prayer of the heart. You will see through hesychism, through doing this practice over a 1 to 2 year period, that the seat of consciousness and the intellect is the heart. And you'll be led there through that concentration on where that point of vision is, center of vision and the all of vision. Eventually, the breath of peace, His breath of peace, is granted. But also you can put your attention there. It's a zone of silence, which is linked in the heart, which is the root of all being, in the heart. Feeling, physical heart, but feeling as well, and thought linked together. That's the mystery anyway. You'll discover it. You'll discover this is true. Don't take my word for it. Find out for yourself. But you have to do it every day, as well as the rest of, little by little you scale up, and the Lord helps you. Little practice here, little practice there. The Lord helps you up slowly, especially in this modernity. He's got your best interests in mind and knows how to slowly. He's endlessly patient. And so, here we are. Here's the entrance to the monastery, friends. And so before we go in, I'll just say on that point of scouring, we're attacked by thoughts. Those thoughts are demons. They're demons. So these distractions, whether they're good or bad, are trying to get you to even sleepiness, trying to get you to stop the practice, most of all. But when they fail at that, they just try to let your mind wander and associate. Any kind of free association during that time is demons. They're trying to... But that's good, because it's part of the practice. But this is a smaller version of the scouring. Luciferic feeling, objective hypnosis, will tied up in the world, and then these demons attack you, trying to get you to stop. As you do this practice, the same thing happens with externalities in your destiny. Avarice, all these sins, they try to tempt you to compromise with God, with these false gods. I'll keep my the savings. What am I going to do? Here's a key one. Or what am I going to do if I don't have retirement money? Well, if the Lord says he's going to provide for you, and he's showing you, and you've already felt divine will, you've already felt intuition, you still have the temptation to worry about that stuff. And so that's the key, just doing your hour practice over a year to the point where you can start to experience the Lord in a more essential way, as a fact of experience. And through that you can take on these destiny. And what I mean by destiny, I mean necessities of incarnation, necessities of our being here. They present false dilemmas. Like I said, but I need money for my retirement, I need a savings. The Lord strictly says, I will provide for you if you make me your chief and first love, right? I will provide for you. The saints of the Philokalia say that the more you have hope, the more you're provided for. And that's true. I must tell you, friends, he will prove to you it's true, but you have to have love and faith. And he will show you him. Once you experience him, there's no turning back. You've got to keep going, because it's him. And you don't want to die, like, especially if he's shown you his gifts. You die, and then he says to you, I didn't know you, or you, even worse, as St. Sophrony shows, because he abandoned him for this idea of the impersonal self, right? And he had, of course, a deep regret and compunction for every day, endless tears, which are good though, those tears are good. Because of that abandonment. But then thank God, the Lord showed himself to St. Sophrony, the I Am, and spoke to him, proving and showing that there is no impersonal absolute. That's just a fake philosopher's God. Or Easternism's God. But yeah, that's a beautiful icon there of the Greek monastery. We have permission to be here, by the way. We're not just rocking up, but that sort of thing is actually welcome too. Let's go. Also, we have permission to have the camera as well, so I'm not just recording without asking permission either. Just wanted to let you know. Thought I might just venerate these icons, and then we'll go in. That'd be, not sure if this is St. George, this one, but this is St. Paisios though, definitely. And the Theotokos, Mother of God, veneration to you. We love you, St. Paisios, we love you, beloved Mother of God, higher than the angels, most venerated of all women. As they often are in Australia, the monasteries are working on their grounds, as you'll see here. But what's very beautiful about this one is they have a true Athonite. I can't remember what the building's called, the greeting building, which is just down here. And Peter, Brother Peter or Father Peter, probably. I'm not sure. Possibly a monk. So, not father, but I don't know, I haven't asked. I'll just call him father just in case. Anyway. There was a fire here in the monastery in 2008. Lots of large bushfires in Australia. Let me just make sure this is still working as we go in. Okay, it looks to be working. Lots of bushfires in this area in Australia. And what happened was the fire went all the way down to all the way up to the edge of the building. I think it burnt some of them. But here's the Athenite style Greek building. And gates, castle-like gates. Beautiful. So I'm so glad they built some of this here, because Australia is usually so modern with its but yeah, the fires went all the way up to but there was in the grotto, the icon of St. George, the fire burnt all through there, but the icon wasn't touched, or was just singed, which is pretty incredible. I think I'll knock here, I'm not sure. I should have asked where he'd be, but maybe I'll walk down to the chapel, I don't know. Because there might be people on retreat here. Here's the building. If only we could do more like this in this country. I suppose you can go to Athos, right? You can, but still, I think it's important to spread here. I know some people have talked about different icon styles, but I don't know. I think the balance of the symbolic was achieved by Greek and Russian iconographers. When you start to change them, you can make them less symbolic and then less effective, because there's a big error with the Raphael or these sculptors who sculptors who do statues in the style of the Greeks, because the Greeks were of the surface senses. Like we said, they said better to be a pauper in the surface world than a king in the land of shades. And so, if you make things sensory real, they're not mediating anything. You just have what it is. If it's just a statue that looks like a photo, right? If you make a statue too much like a photo, yeah, it displays incredible talent, but anyway, this is a chapel. The church is down further. I might be a bit late actually, maybe that's why he's not here. Let me look. Time it is. Oh yeah, it's 1:15, I'm a bit late. I guess I'll knock on the door. I don't think they're down at the church. Let's go around this other side. This actually happened last time I came here. It was my fault because I just turned up unannounced. Let's try this. Doesn't seem like there are cars here, so it should be okay. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Obviously there's some greenhouses and stuff down there, but you can see in the distance the Blue Mountains. Very peaceful. But I suppose the point is prayer matters, you know, in that it matters to have your icons. Say if you're buying icons, there's a Pantanassa Monastery here in Australia. They do icons, but having monks in the holy context, the holy telos, outside the purpose or pulled away from the purposes of techniques of modernity, buying your icons from there is important. I'll just knock here and then we gave it a go. It's our fault for, he's probably gone out somewhere to do something. That's okay. The walk took longer than we thought. But even so, yeah, I think there's no cars here, so there's no one here at the moment, because they do have vehicles. We'll have to, we'll walk down to the chapel and see if anyone's there. They would have heard me by now around, so. That's the guest house anyway, I think. I'm not sure I don't think they live in that one. Yeah, beautiful mosaics. This is such a beautiful place. If you like the Australian rugged landscape, but they've done a lot of it was damaged by the fire, but they've, as you can see, they've done a great job of restoring the bits that they've restored over a long period of time, right? It takes a lot of time to do the restoration. But vineyards, I think there's vineyards down here. And this is incredible down here. You can imagine what it was like before the fire. Very Athos. And I don't mean that in a kind of modern style sense. I mean it in a telos sense, purpose through Peter?
No, it's Emil.
Oh, hello, Emil.
Hi.
Scott.
Scott.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah,
You're visiting the monastery?
Yeah, to venerate the icons. Yeah.
Would you like to come in the church as well?
If that's okay, yeah.
Yeah. I
been
can
in trouble.
offer for you. It's good I saw you because I was thinking to go to the cell and after that to do something up, but it's good I saw you. Otherwise, it will be locked.
Yeah, right. The cells around there, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
where we
I've come here before and knocked on the guest house, and I guess the cells are where people are.
Now we're living here,
Yeah.
and the guest house is nobody really,
Yeah.
like only if someone visiting.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, they're doing something, but I got permission. I asked Paul. Paul said I could come today.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
Is it brother Paul or is it father Paul? I don't know who. Sorry, Peter.
Peter. He's a novice.
Okay, yeah.
But he
good.
is the one who, managed the place, the monastery.
Yeah.
He's been here for a few years, and I've been with him together in a few years ago, in 2023. I mean, I come back last year.
Yeah.
But he's in charge.
Yeah.
Peter. Yeah.
It's a good time with everything happening. In a time of war, we need prayers, peace.
Yeah,
right?
I just finished the prayers.
Yeah.
I mean, we do like morning, like lunchtime. Like now, I finish.
Yeah.
Lunchtime. After that, it's 4 o'clock before dinner, and usually we have dinner. And after dinner, another prayer.
So prayers. Just for next time, I wouldn't mind maybe coming back and praying with you. When was it?
First start, but whatever you can do. It's 4 o'clock in
4
the
o'clock
morning.
in the morning.
We start
Yeah.
to 8 o'clock.
To 8 o'clock.
Usually, this is usually 4 to 8. Now 12 to, I'm not sure, is 1 something.
Yeah.
It's 1 hour and something. And after that, from 4 o'clock will be another 1 hour.
Yeah.
And something. And after that we have dinner. After 5, around 5 we have dinner, because will be 1 hour like between 4 and 5.
Yeah.
And after dinner will be because we are in the length, is big compline, called it. Our prayers, usually when is no the length, the prayer is shorter, is small compline. And it's written different prayers. But today is a special day. I don't know if you're gonna be here. The bishop is gonna come.
Oh wow.
And because usually from 4 o'clock I used to do 9 hour, because now I done 3 and 6 hour.
Wow.
And with the psaltery as well, we have extra prayers.
Yeah. Wow.
in the length.
Yeah.
And but Vespers will be done by His grace, and will be a special, because this is the fifth week when will be done all the salutation to Panagia, to Jesus Mary, to the Jesus
Theotokos,
Mother.
yeah.
Theotokos.
Yeah.
And it's a special
That's
Friday, because every Friday in the Vespers, His Grace used to come.
Oh wow.
Do these prayers and the salutation to Theotokos. Yeah. And now it's the whole. It's because it used to do only a small part of the salutation. Now the whole thing is like longer.
Yeah.
But you feel more special, because she said, if you're gonna do salutations for me, I will be with you even to the judgment in the front of.
Yeah.
I don't know. Of course, it's not because of that. Because of course, I think all the Christians who are closer to God or realize, everybody is close to Theotokos, to Panagia, to Mother of God.
On her behalf.
She's like, she no, because to take advantage of, but we feel like she's the mother of us.
Yeah, no, I do too.
And she pray for all the world.
Yeah.
It's doesn't pray only for me or for the. She will pray for everybody.
Yeah.
And we have this, kind of,
He wants that, and Christ wants that, because he said it. He said, "This is your mother."
Yeah.
We're his disciples. So
and
it's like
we're the same.
Yeah.
He said, "This is your mother."
Yeah.
And to all of us, and she's waiting. One of the old fathers from the Mount Athos said, she's waiting for, because they pray to her every. He told us what miracles happened to him. He couldn't, different things happen, and he said, she's waiting for us to ask her help. She's waiting all the time. And I said, if you're waiting, I will always cry to you.
Yeah. No, I do. I do both every day.
after that, I feel a little bit stronger.
Yeah, well, that's
Because of course.
she grants us that we're granted forces definitely through that.
And this is the way I learn. You know, from the fathers, not my idea.
No, it's the Father Kalia it's all through that as well. You know, incredible. I've read the whole thing. It's
and probably you heard about a lot as well.
Oh no, it's always strengthening, of course, to hear it again. What we're all we don't grow. The part of the point of what we do is we're supposed to do is that we don't get sick of these things. They reinvigorate us every year, don't they?
No. Actually, me, to be honest, even before I wasn't close to the church. I was born in Orthodoxy, but I didn't keep closer to the church. But I never. I was afraid to say something about God. Something, God is good, But me, I'm with my things, I do my thing. But once I wake up, not because I don't know, but I never could get sick of it or bored. If I had the strength to say start reading or praying a little bit or going to never go sick. Like you said, I got actually strength. I realized, wow, I was very tired. I thought I don't go. No, I'm gonna go. Whatever. I drag myself over there. Whatever happened. And I realized, wow, this is even more special. I felt today. Because God, if you make a little effort.
Yeah, that's so true.
He said, I'll give you the help.
Yeah.
Don't be,
It's just about the effort. He just wants a little bit of moral effort, and that's how you know it's not some practice. It's moral, and it's truly.
And I mean, this is the miracles happened to me. I just couldn't believe. I said, wow, I couldn't believe, because. Or sometimes here, I didn't see any brother. We know many. We're just 3 people.
Yeah.
Peter is generally busy because he has to go out to buy stuff, to bring stuff, and to say it's one more brother. If I don't, before I used to get a little bit, wow, it's nobody. I'm not gonna pray by myself much or something. I just no. Now I stay. Whatever happened, I say, God, you here? I do what I'm supposed to do because you gave me strength. I'm not going by my ideas.
Yeah, it's a sign, a sign.
And I realize this is even more special after that.
Yeah.
I said, I don't know, God, what it is.
Yeah.
But you helped me, I say, because sometimes I felt, to be honest, discouraged. I said, sometimes I feel like God left me, You feel sometimes, and I said, I don't know. Wow, really, really hard, and this. But I said, hold on. No, this is not good, what I think. That's it. God does exist, yes. I mean, I enjoy so many moments, and now I'm stupid. I said, no, I'm going to carry on, even if it's hard. Sometimes you feel different, funny, and this. I said, no, I'm going to carry on. And all this, in the end of the day, I feel happy after that.
Yeah,
I said,
going through it.
What a trap,
Yeah.
I said I could lose the half of the day because I felt like finished, No. No.
Slightly, just that little bit of it, slightly persevere.
Yeah.
What does he say? He says, I'm only gone a while and then I'll return. And that's it, strengthening.
Honest, I couldn't remember this.
Yeah, but we forget, don't we? Yeah.
I forget everything.
Yeah.
But I said, hold on. I said, no, it's not good, No. But to be honest, in that moment, because sometimes, the father I confess, I mean, how can you forget this moment? I said, I don't know. I forget everything. It's so hard. In the moment, moments like this, I'm not sure how to remember. I said, how to get strength. He said, did you do all your prayers? Come on. No, today.
Yeah.
You see? He said, Emil, make an effort, because sometimes I was very tired and I couldn't make it to say, I have my personal prayer to say a certain amount of prayers or prostration. Everybody has, maybe. And he said, but me, I said, I was too tired to do this. I couldn't make it, only to say from 4 days, 2 days. He said, no, find a way and he did go with me details. We have to find a way because you lose your strength.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And after that you get crushed, and after that you
Yeah.
want to give up.
It's so important, spiritual
Yeah.
father. Across
And
the
after
same thing
that-
too. It's so
and
true.
After that
Yeah.
I realized, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Because this week I did only twice my canona. The other weeks 3 times. I used to do it before
Every
every
day.
day.
And so your spiritual father helped you reduce the
Yeah.
amount, so it was a
Yeah.
consistent
but,
prayer.
But
Yeah.
I make sure I do it
Yeah.
because if I force a little bit myself or organize, because I lost organizing myself. Because like you can lose here 50 minutes, another 20 minutes here, and with the day, and you realize you're like this, oh, I can't do it. Even, you know? No. You have to make sure quickly, as much as you can, I mean, as long as you can move and
Yeah.
make sure you do now a part of your canona a little bit later, and you make sure you do it and you keep your strength. You know, it's like you're holding on the rope.
Yeah.
If you start to not organizing, get a little bit comfortable, whatever, or not paying attention, you know, today you can't do it, another day you can't do it, and become a habit. That's what happened to me. And after that, I start to lose the strength, and I said, "Oh, it's too hard to keep going." I said, "Wow, this is not good." And of course, when you know temptation comes, and this, you weaker than you.
Yeah, because of overextending. Yeah.
And all sorts of. It's interesting, you know. I mean, I found out because it happened to me.
Yeah, through experience.
Of course,
Yeah.
I remember from the fathers things because everybody listened to the fathers what they're saying, and but sometimes I forget, you know, I forgot everything. But what happened to you through some things, I said, no way, I have to make sure I don't lose my attention. Because they said the more you lose, because it said before prayer, because the most important is to start praying, and then you can have strength to carry on. But before praying, if you don't have attention, it's not good, because the attention will keep to make you pray, and you know, to make sure you can pray.
Yeah, the watchfulness.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
But if you're not, and that's, you know, everyone has his struggle, you know, in particular, because it's different.
That's so true. It's like finding a golden mean. Well, he is the golden mean, really. Jesus is the golden mean. But I think also, like you were saying, he trains us too. Like he's showing us too. I think like by withdrawing virtues sometimes. Yeah.
And it's hard, but probably this is how we get strength as well. And if you experience, then you understand, you know. After that, I remember, you know, one father said this, God sometimes back off. And you feel like, wow,
what's happening? Yeah.
What's happening, because this is not good. But God, of course, never leave us, but He just back off a little bit, and we realize immediately, we feel like, feel so empty. I mean, kind of not empty, like cold. You know, instead of warm,
grace energies, which are not psychological energies. They're different.
When he's, I noticed
big difference.
When you know our more holy fathers and this, I can pray more and easier. When to say I'm by myself or depends, it's hard. You know, very hard. But when the grace of God go a little bit back, you will start like this. I start, wow, what is this? You know, kind of get a little bit, you know, I mean, I get wobbling, and I say, but it's good to
trembling.
Remember, hang on.
Like it could be, just thinking of some of the stuff that was said in the Father Kalea, it doesn't matter, like sometimes grace, like trembling, holy trembling can happen.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know what you're talking about now.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like I can't do
weaker.
Yeah. And I said, I don't know. You know, I mean, I get easy. How to say? Sometimes. You know, sometimes I talk to his grace. I say, it's no community of monks. We all beginners in the spiritual life. We have all three of us. We have life experience, different life, but we don't have spiritual. I mean, none of us is monk, you know, yet. And because when you become a monk, you have an experience. Then to say 2, 3, 4, 5 months, and you come like a novice, they kind of take them with you, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit helping, you know. Of course, our different temptation. This is going to be no problem for both sides. But I always thought like this, you know. You jump like in a train, but it's no train. Now we all beginners.
Yeah.
And sometimes I say, oh God, it's a little bit hard, you know.
Yeah, you can imagine.
No father, because I've been here when it was 3 fathers here. The Geronda, where
they're too old, were they? They had to
the Geronda, who was very high spiritually experienced.
Yeah.
You could feel immediately when he came around. You just you feel the energy, you know, very good energy.
Yeah.
And very encouragement, you know, big encouragement. I could say, if you want to run through this world like this, they're good in care of that. But if you don't see anyone, you will little be like, wow. But maybe it's, you know, it's God's will situation, you know. It's a different situation, it's you know, here now, because there's no one like a priest or monk or something living with us. His grace is coming in the weekend, but I believe this is the situation. God works in the
that's right.
ways. We just have to do what to follow what His grace said, and God will work.
I think that's true.
We just have to obey to do the things. And
well,
of course, it's a little bit hard sometimes because of the maybe you expect some things or something, but I believe God never load up anyone more than.
No, He knows you're here. He knows all 3 of you are here, and you could also write. I guess. Well, what do I know? I'm just. but we could write letters to people in as well. I mean, He'll guide. I'm sure He already is guiding you exactly where He wants you to do it. But I just people wrote letters to different people in the Philokalia, right? Like the nuns were writing Gregory Palamas. They write each other. Like you could get advice from people. I mean, don't listen to me. I was just thinking that.
No. You said what you've been what you've been learning or reading, and it's not. Don't take it wrong. Like, this person knows everything. No.
Yeah.
Me, I'd be reading something, and sometimes I say about or something happened to me. I don't know much. I don't have much experience. Few things happen, that's all. What can you do? we just, everyone is in his journey.
I would say that it sounded like when you mentioned it, there was 3 of you here and working it out. It sounded to me, I don't know, it just felt providential. Like that something's in like you're being led. You know what I mean? That's the people are here to keep it going. That He won't burden you, like you said, He won't burden you with more than you can handle.
No, who wouldn't? Me, probably but not everybody feel like me. Me, I'm a little bit, I felt like this because I'm a sensitive person. I've always been before more social, and when you see fathers, you get a little bit more energy. But you see, God brought me back here and put me in a different situation. But I don't know. I didn't know exactly the situation before I came. Because exactly when I came was another father here and he left. Exactly when I came, he left. I said, I thought Father stay here. He will encourage and. But I said, hold on. He came to me to come here. I will stay here because God, He knows. Me, I don't know. Why? That's what I felt. He encouraged me to come back. And because I felt it, I just said, that's it. I will follow because I believe this is and it's nothing wrong. It's in the monastery.
Yeah.
And I I said, I've been here before, and actually the brothers was really struggling in that time, because me, I work in the kitchen, you know, and they didn't have anyone to keep cooking for them in the kitchen. It's hard if you don't have someone in the kitchen, because otherwise you buy some, take away something, and you spend too much money, but it's not healthy as well. It's not good. And I don't know, I didn't know exactly what they're doing, if they really need someone in the kitchen. You know, I thought they have someone who, it is someone who knows, but it's hard for him, he can't manage. He can do it sometimes, but can't do it like, to say for every day, so like, God helped me to do it, you know. I've done that time before, but if you believe, I didn't know to cook when I came in the monastery. I just learned in the monastery. With God's grace, it was very difficult for me in the beginning, but with God's help, I learned. That's why, happened to me quite a few miracles, and I just, now I try to carry on. But I believe for everyone, doesn't matter where you go, what monastery, or when God calls you, will be different,
different cross to bear,
because God knows what exactly to give me, what exactly to give you. Who knows? Nobody knows. Only God. He will guide us if we search for His guidance. If we just want to do our thing, He will let us more to do our
That's
thing.
right, that's a problem. It's a problem in the modern age. But there are more Orthodox, lots of Orthodox people joining Orthodoxy now. They're coming up, so you probably find the situation will probably change in this country, I think, as well.
Because like for my thinking, I'm originally from Romania. I said, I'm going to go to Romania. But no. I realized I got something like a funny feeling, and I didn't go. And I said, I better not go by my intentions, by my mind. I better go. No, I go with some. God give me some kind of sign, and I said, I'm not going. I don't think He likes it. Me, the idea, you know.
Intuition,
And after that, I realized I tried again, and I said, and I came the same thing. That's it. And I said, no, He doesn't like me to go back to. And I start to understand. He slowly, He revealed to me a little bit to understand. If I go back to Romania, I will be not going to the monastery. The things will change, and it's interesting. I mean, how things. Of course, I don't know 100% if it's true, because He didn't reveal like in a dream or something. But I just mean to the influence of because all the close families over there, my brother, my sister, and my mom. And will be a different influence. You know?
That's right, worldly. And your family can be...
And it will be hard for me to go away from them.
100%.
And my mom is very old, and I say, wow, I will be crushed to leave her, you know? Because, she already told me, what are you doing in monastery? You know, you're stuck now, I can't see you, this. But it's a big thing, you know, because I said, what I noticed, God has a different plan. And I said, I'm not going to do a stupid thing to just do my idea. Because after that, I mean, God don't mind. He wants, the best road for me. But me, if I don't want it, then He will say, okay, do.
But also for her, like the people that in your outer life, it's best for, if she follows God and you follow God, it's the best for, she'll look up, as long as she follows God, He'll look after her, right? It's the best thing. If you're doing divine will, it's the best thing for her too. And everyone else in your life. That's what people don't get. They think that...
It's exactly this. If people don't understand this, you know, They will be, even they say in the fathers, the closest will influence you in the wrong way. The closest from you, like mom or brother, not because they want it, it's just because the way they see it. But like you said, if they don't understand that, they even get upset with it.
Yeah.
But God give us a lot of examples. It's exactly to stay over there in the divine grace where He put you, and He will look after all around you, your family, whoever you left behind. In not really in the deep, but whoever they think you left them behind, actually you didn't. God will give them exactly the need, what they need for them for salvation.
That's right.
From another for another things. I said, wow.
And we're dying, you know. We're dying. Like people, you got to. It's like the fathers say. Got to keep thinking about death.
Go, you know?
Yeah.
But the most important is to be saved. All of
Yeah.
us. You know, me, my mom, to say in my case, not to do my mom will, and after that we both maybe not gonna, you know, we get not so good. We enjoy it now for a moment, and after that we didn't follow, you know, God the best way He wanted for us to be in a better place over there. Maybe we're gonna be saved, but He said, I wanted to put you here. Can you come here? In a corner. Why? You don't want to obey me to stay up here. It's more sweetness than here, you know, sometimes, you know.
You know, it's for here now, like it is, like He'll show us now. It's not even just after.
Why I said that? Because Saint Euphemia, I don't know if you saw one of the series with Saint Paisio, the Atonite.
I know.
She appeared to him, Saint Euphemia.
Oh, okay.
And
didn't know that.
He didn't know, you know, because sometimes the devil can take an image of saint. And he said, if you Saint Euphemia, he said, who are you? She said, I'm not sure if she said saint. She said, I'm Euphemia. She said, and he said, if you Saint Euphemia, would you like to venerate with me Holy Trinity and do this? She said, yes. They did together, and he realized, and he dropped to her feet. And she said, no, don't venerate me. She said, venerate Holy Trinity. Don't do that. But of course, he venerates her as well.
Veneration, not worship.
No, idol. I mean, he's just a saint of God, and we prostrate, you know. We like paying, you know, not replacing God or but it's part of God who has been, you know, very pleasant to God because He did His will.
Exactly.
And why I mentioned about her, she said, if I knew when I was on the earth, she said, I would suffer more. Why you said that, you know? She realized the more you suffer, the closer to God in His kingdom you're gonna get in us. What I understand, me with my mind, is you are in a more sweeter place over there if you suffer more. If you don't want to suffer much, you may be saved, but you're not such, you know, because there are different rooms, I believe. I don't know the more. No, but of course, not everybody can. One of the fathers used to say, you might be a bigger vessel, I'm a smaller vessel, you know. God made us different. But if you fill up your small one, you're in the best place God wants you in His kingdom. But even me, I'm a big, but I don't want to make an effort to fill up my vessel, even if it's bigger. You know, you get where lower than you could, you know. And that's probably, I'm not sure exactly if it's like that, but anyway, it makes sense what Saint Euphemia said. If she knew, probably she said, I could make a little bit more effort. But only God knows. everyone can do what he can. They can. I mean, what?
And like you said, leaving it at the you know, like golden mean at the like in that zone where you put a bit of effort in, and then you're like, if you go too much, you burn out, right? The Lord doesn't want you to do that, and the devil tries to to get you to do too much as well, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
And after that, you get like disappointed. It brings you to another side, and you'll be like broken because I mean, no good. It's very it's very delicate in a spiritual life. In the same time, you have to be careful and guided by you can't go by yourself.
Yeah.
And all the fathers, even Saint Paisios, they had a spiritual father. Even everybody has a spiritual father, and not only guiding, but you obeying. You know, you might have some better idea or something. It doesn't matter. The most important is, okay, if my spiritual father said to here, stay to here.
And you also never escape the tradition either. Like even if you, like you need, it's there for a reason. Like the Father Kalia, these fathers there, their guidance there.
Exactly.
Like you're not escaping the church by reading those texts, and you know what I mean. Like it's actually like
it's a help for everyone. But I noticed myself, I was scared a little bit because I said, wow, when different temptation or things coming, many times I forgot everything, every good happened to me. And I said, wow, this is no good,
Yeah, you do know, someone living, like St. Sophrony says that, talking about the living.
But slowly, I become better after that, and I start to immediately, hold on, this is the moment, this is the today. God knows whatever He wants me to do, I will do what I can, and sometimes I couldn't even pray. I just say, God forgive me, God forgive me, God forgive me. I don't know, God forgive me. I can't pray, I was like, it's all kind of situation happening, and I don't know, of course, to explain, but everyone has a different experience. You're scared sometimes, you're disappointed by yourself. I'm never disappointed, because God don't help.
No, it's always our own.
I'm not disappointed. God didn't do this or something, or But I was disappointed by myself a little bit. I said, hold on, hang on. It's not good even that to crush myself.
Yeah, that's right. You can be.
After that, I can't. It's not good. I will kill myself. It's psychological. It's not good.
It's like those people flagellating themselves. Like, as long as we admit our sin and then continue on. You know.
I said, look, God, I'm hopeless. I don't know what I couldn't pray. Forgive me. That's it. Just help me to carry on. Whatever you want me to carry on. I have no idea. Sometimes you get very. Sometimes it was hard, and I thought, I don't know if it's this or the path. I said, whatever you help me to show me, take me out from this kind of, and God always helping me.
I think it's like a tree. The tree grows towards the sun. It contracts and then expands. So it doesn't just expand consistently. So when it contracts, it's that's the scouring. It's like I find, I don't know if you find, but on the lead up Holy Week, because Christ is being, rather than, it's not a time of like grace, it's like a fun lesson. Well, it's in cycles, right? 3 days sometimes, but last year for me it was like that, a withdrawal of grace in the lead up to, and He's doing things in the unconscious, right? If you're doing your prayers every morning, and He's transforming you, I find, for later. And so then the devil attacks on the lead up to Passover. That happened to me last year, right? Because it's like He's living. He lives he's crucified every year. It's not a ceremony. It's as you of course know, it's happening every year, right? And so I think we participate. At least I felt participate in that. So when he's not there, I always assume that something's going on, that I'm being strengthened to reject. And I do find the devil attacks, right, when he's not, when the grace is withdrawn. It's like for teaching, but also strengthening, I think, as well, and getting used to. You also learn about the devil too. You learn the little tactics he tries. Like I wrote a reminder for myself this year that as Holy Week approaches, that I just put in my calendar, the devil will probably attack in this time leading up, so I check the calendar every day and just remember that, like you said, we forget. And so I go, yes, I see, he's doing it. That's the Lord, if the forces have been withdrawn, it's just a temporary thing. Because you forget, it's only like 3 days, and you go, oh, what's happened? And then 3 days, or however long it is, for me it's often 3 days now, which Christ, he wasn't entombed for 3 days, so that makes sense. But anyway, it's just something that happened to me.
It's happening things. I mean, happened to me as well. All kind of this. I can't really explain, but whatever it is, I said to God, help me to continue because me, I don't have I want this or I want this. I don't want anything. I said just a little bit of peace, and Me, I hardly could make the program when I came here. Of course, it was the acclimatization, but even after that, I thought it's too hard. Too hard. I said, not too hard. I said, okay, I'm gonna stay a little bit more to see what's kind of one side. This is too hard. I've never done 4 hours in the morning. And this, I said, this is too much. I don't know. Anyway, me, I calculate by mind as well. Wow. We used to do 3 hours and a half during the whole program in the day, and now we do it 7 hours. I said, it's too much. Me, I start to calculate in my mind, I was like this, already collapsing. Not because I don't want to pray, but I said, I can't make it, But it's no good. I got a book from Father Tadeusz, from Serbia. I don't know if you heard about him. He's not classified like a saint. They didn't, but he is. I think he's a saint. But anyway, I can't remember when he died. But he's saying in his book about the thoughts. He said, if you go, if I came to the monastery, I have to focus what I need to do. They said do this. This is the program. You do that. If you start calculating and see the things, how they go and how many things are, you finished. He said if you've been catched in the whirlpool of things like how he said, of the circumstances, wow, how much will it take to do this one last, you feel the thoughts will make you. Even you of course in the beginning you don't have the strength to do it. Doesn't matter how you keep, and everybody was understanding. I couldn't do it, but if your thoughts are not staying, I'm okay, I'm gonna do it one day. I'm okay. Okay. You just start to go in details to analyze things. You start to be crushed.
Yeah.
You can't pull yourself to do it. And I was like this, and slowly, God helped me.
Yeah.
I said one day, I said, God, I'm sorry, I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm gonna leave soon. I don't know. I'm gonna find a way. And but I felt like really, but he released some things from me slowly, and I said, thank you very much. I'm not sure exactly what was it. He helped me. He took some of the load of the thoughts and this. Yeah.
The demons, yeah.
Yeah, and the thoughts just killed me.
Yeah.
And me, I couldn't I couldn't get out of the, and just like I was not able to. It was a miracle. I said, if I'm here for the Easter, it will be a big miracle.
It is a miracle in the sense
And,
that
now it's a miracle. Because
it's just not possible to do this stuff otherwise. Like, try get some psychological person to do it. They can't do what the monastic does.
No. And now I started realizing now I just taste like a little bit from what the fathers say. I had no idea what they say. I mean, in my mind, I just try to understand that. They lived in and they said few things. Some of them say more, some of them say less. And now I start to understand slowly. I said, he says, pray to God. He said, pray. He said, God, if you exist, or pray to Theotokos. Pray with all your heart. And Saint Arsenio from Romania said, always with the heart. If you don't do it, if you try mechanically to pray this, you're finished. You don't last nowhere, he said. He said, always pray only, even if you can't pray, 1 minute, few seconds. Say something from your heart, but don't try to say something just to say it, you know, without heart, without thinking, you know, without, you can't. He said, you have to be sincere. You have to be you. You're broken, I'm broken, God. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, you have to mean it.
You know, I can't think, I don't know what's going on with me, I'm like this. I told him, yeah, I say like this to God. I said, no, I don't know, I can't even think. I try to do something, I'm just hopeless. I start to fight with the brother, I don't know what to do. I said, I can't, I said, I'm finished. You know, I said, that's it. I mean, no, that's it. I now, because I have a little bit of experience in the monastery, I mean, once in Perth, I come here and I go back to Perth and now I'm the second time here. And I got a little bit of experience, but I said, I don't know, this is too tiring, too hard, too tiring, you know. It's like, yeah, it's not about physical, it's about, you know, the whole you is, you know, is like kind of, you can't understand anymore. I said, I know you the essence of life, you everything, but this is too hard to me to stay in this. You know, it's like sometimes I was thinking, you know, to go back to the world. I said it's a little bit easier, but I said to myself, I don't, because the Holy Father who was here, I was with him 1 year. He had a very high spiritual level. I said, I mean, what I did, he didn't say. He used to say only a few words, always, and I used to leave. I said, what can you say in the front of truth? You can't say nothing. You just give me the right answer. I just leave and say, continue with God, and you make sure you say that Jesus prayer. And he wants to make me understand God want me here. When I left, I was broken. I couldn't recover. I was just lost. Because I believe, I never happened to feel so bad in my life. And when I left the Father's, I was just this. I couldn't, after that, I just didn't care. I said, God, I better die. I don't know what's wrong with me. But God, slowly he returned me here. And what I understand from him, because you know, he knew what you're thinking, you know. When I was here, he knew when I was upset or something. He said, call me. He knew I'm not good or something happened. I said, don't worry about it. Okay. And nobody. I mean, I didn't tell to anybody. I just had in my mind.
And then it happened.
Yeah. He knew. He knew.
Yeah.
He knew immediately that God gave him a gift.
Yeah.
He used to come here, hundreds of people, to confess to him. And he told me something in a way like, God wants me here. Why you don't want to continue here? You know, because will be a lot of, God wants to give you more and more and more. You just have to be patient. I wasn't patient at all. And God now brought me back. was very hectic in the beginning.
Mm.
Then I thought, wow, look, this is very, yeah. But now become,
Yeah.
I said, God.
Thank God. Settled into it. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the way it is. I'm just how to say, talking a little bit because I just can't believe it. Sometimes how I can't say details very very good, but
No, I understand.
I'm just saying, you never expect different things, and but Yeronda used to say to me, Yeronimos said, Emil, what do you expect? This is the spiritual life.
Mm.
Yeah, because but if you make a little bit of effort, God will give you more.
Mm.
He wants to give you, to
Mm.
everyone.
Mm.
And yeah, and he gave him, he said to me, here is a bigger grace than any other monastery, than other monastery we come from Perth. He said, here is bigger grace.
Mm.
Somebody said from Bishop Kyriakos, who's been here 20 years, he said, here is the prayer, house prayer of,
Wow.
It's from God, it's not from, God revealed to him, and you have to pray, but God can give you more if you open your heart and if you put the effort as well, because nothing comes without effort. And I said, that sounds good, but I saw it's not easy. Not easy when you do it, When you say, I say, everybody say, but man, I'm telling you, for me it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. I couldn't do it.
When I started walking, I say, I start to scratch my head, but I said, that's it, I have to carry on, a little bit more. I said, I don't think about too much, because if I think, I can't do it.
Demons, yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
And the world is just modernity it's a slavery.
Yeah.
It's slavery. So that's all I can say. So.
Yeah, Yeronda Anonymous, who was here, I told you God gave him a lot of gifts. I think he didn't impair. I think when he came here, I think he was praying all night, because I was with the cell next to him in the guest house. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But what he said to me, Emil, if you go in the world will consume you.
Yeah.
It's not, you can live, you can be a Christian, but here you have an advantage. It's good to use this one, because now you start to test it. Of course, it's not easy, it's not comfortable. But he said, you will go, he wants to say, he didn't want to say, but what I understand, you go over that limits, because you don't care. In the beginning, it's always harder, of course. But I said, always scratch my head. But now I got a little bit more courage.
Yeah.
Even he's not here, But I think, I don't know why, I felt very much connected with that Yeronda, the Yeronda. He always say only a few words, but it was deep. And you didn't know what to say. Even I was upset. You suddenly change. You come to him and you almost forget what happened. And it was, I was very strange. Or even I was stressed, a little bit tired, And I stayed like this on his shoulder, everything disappeared. In 1 minute, he used to stay on the chair, and I came down. I said, I want to say something. Look, I'm very tired. And if I stay like this, and I said, I just touch him a little bit like this, I said, I'm sorry, I don't know what I would say. And I said, Emil, just go. And I realized suddenly all the problems and the tiredness disappeared. And I just smiled. I said, thank you, get up there and go. And I never understand. I said, what happened? Because he had a lot of love. He has.
Yeah.
I had a lot of love. he received here, I think, from God, because he knew what's happening a little bit further, more than
Yeah.
and people realize and start to come here. You from Sydney?
Yeah, yeah.
You haven't met him?
No, I'm not.
No?
My parent is Russian Orthodox, not Greek Orthodox.
You've been to the Russian Orthodox?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But there's no Russian Orthodox monasteries, so
Yeah.
I just go on pilgrimages.
Yeah, this Yellowrock, he left last year, I think, yeah. I can't remember me, I wasn't here. I can't remember what time was after Lent, before, I can't remember. He is in Greece, but a lot of people used to come to confess to him. They stayed here 5 years. Was Geronda Hieronymus and Father Pace and Father Joseph. Father Joseph, we say Joseph. He was a monk. I mean, he's a monk. Father Pace is a priest monk, and Geronda Hieronymus, he's a big schema. I don't know if you know big.
Grand Schema?
Grand schema.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
He from the beginning, he had, somebody told me, he had this kind of obedience. Obey. He suffered as well. Not because of the Geronda or something else. I think God tried him, whatever happened, I don't know. But he was passionate. And he did go through. He got in 2007 he became a priest monk. In 2012 he became a big schema, great schema. And but you could see the difference between. I mean, me, I'm not looking for this difference in the, him and the other one, which is normal schema or something. But I happened to find out by mistake. Father Hieronymus and Bishop, they are great schema monks, and they got. Probably they got, when somebody gets the great schema, they've been maybe more ascetic. I don't know.
Yeah, developed more.
Yeah, happened more to them. Only God knows. Me, I don't know how this exactly happened. When they take you to the big schema instead of the normal schema. Me, I don't have in my mind anything like that to achieve any kind of performance. Just God can keep me going further, not backwards.
Yeah.
In this spiritual journey. But I had no now, because when you start to go through some hard parts of the road, you just can't, I just can't think of any, I can't have wishes like...
No, that's right, they're kind of, what is it, it's like will to power, sort of desire for like vainglory in a sense. And the grand schema people, they would have been, like, as the saints say, that it's best to think of yourself like any time prideful temptations come to me, it's that I just immediately say useless servant and nothing, right? Because it's God's grace anyway, so that's actually true. It's not just a pragmatic thing, it's true. We want to be useless servants because we need His grace, we need His help, right? And it's Him, not us. So, yeah.
You're from a Russian family?
No. It's a convert situation.
But you've been you've been to the Russian church or something.
Yeah. The Cathedral St. Paul
and
Peter. You know the one in St. Paul and Peter. Oh, you're not from Sydney?
No, I'm not from Sydney.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Yeah.
I live in Perth more. I don't know much about Sydney, but I heard that they have parish. Yeah, I don't know much. I just heard a few little things.
Yeah, it's just rock call.
It's very interesting, but you have to expect it's not going to be easy.
That's right.
God will never give up on us.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why all I have to remember what I believe. I said, God never will give up on me. Whatever He wants me to do or to go through. But Mother of Lord Jesus Christ, Maria, I said, she will never give up on me. That's I know 100%. You can, everyone can say whatever they want, but I know they will never give up on me. I know even St. George or all the saints.
Oh, definitely not. No.
I know they will never give up on me. Of course, even my brother, he can give up on me because he's human. I can give up on him because I have my weakness. I'm weak. Or if God help me, yes, I might not be. I mean, I can probably, sure, not give up on him. But probably God will try me. I probably will like a chicken. I will run like a, But I know God and all His saints and Theotokos will never give up. And I said, I'm not alone. Even I pray here by myself for 1 year to say, or for whatever, for 1 month, for or every day. Everybody's with,
100%. 100%.
Why? I said, why get scared?
No, there's nothing to.
No.
Nothing. The more alone you are, the more the possibility opens up of
that's what happened in
communion.
This period, I said, because all sorts happen, and sometimes I have to turn up by myself to the prayer, the whole prayer. And you start thinking, why the brother don't come? No. I said, no. Let's do what you can do with help of God, and leave it to God. That's it. Who knows? What happened. And that's how I give up. I mean, I stop the thoughts because the thoughts just crushed me.
Oh yeah, I blanket treat like watchfulness. I try to do all day, assume that it could be demons, but then the reforming thoughts, a comforting thing is that sometimes that can be your angel, even though it's you thinking. But that thought that came to you that no, don't think. That can be your angel. So they're interacting with you when they send these special insights and remember about the fathers. And so we definitely know the angel. It's not just us. But yeah, in general, I'm trying to reject all the thoughts during the day as well. The thoughts get you. It's the demons. It's modern psychology that tries to say, oh, it's our thoughts. It's not our thought. No, it's not.
It's you strong. You
have
to say,
no.
If God help me,
Yeah.
I'll be strong.
The
floor. We like a dry leaf like this. But if God will say, get up and do it, you can do everything. I mean, to God, everything is possible. And like you said, now it's good because I didn't, I thought it just got, but it's exactly, I think the angels say, hey, you didn't have enough with the, because I had years of traumatizing of the thoughts. And now I got better. I'm not saying I don't have them, but I got better, it's better now.
More
Not
peace.
from me, it's just
God.
the mercy of God.
Yeah.
Just the mercy of God, it just was very difficult. And
Glory to Him.
Now I said, that's it. I said, God, you gave me a little bit of more strength. Now I have to keep going. Keep.
Thank God.
Because it was very difficult. Yeah.
Well, you've seen it now. You've seen his.
I could see it better now, but I just don't know why. But probably this is how God built in everyone in different way. Probably me, I needed more time to being more stony. I need to, more like a rock.
Yeah.
And but because me, I start to come in a monastery is 50 years old. And it's different. When you're younger, probably different.
Yeah.
Or some people are immediately opening faster. Depends. Only God knows. And I said, only God, with His blessing. Hey, how are you? Oh yeah. Sorry to keep you so long.
No, I'm really glad to hear all of that. That's like all the stuff that I've been thinking about, orking up. It's stuff you're talking about right then. Is a really important reminder. Thank you so much for sharing all that. Is it okay to go in?
Yeah, please.
Oh,
You can venerate all the icons.
okay. can sense the prayer. There's been so much prayer here, you know.
You said about Peter. Would you like to speak with him as well? Or?
Oh, that's okay. No, that's fine. I was very glad to talk to you. Everything you shared then was great. It's a beautiful place to, you know. Also, it's good that this has a history as well. This country needs it badly, you know.
Yeah.
Really does. It really does. What did St. Paisios say? He said, Australia hasn't yet been made holy by the blood of martyrs, he said. And so...
He's been, I think, to this place.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
he has?
Visited this. Yeah, once. What I heard. I'm not sure exactly if it's true or if I heard properly or not. But that's what I remember. No, they said he's been to Melbourne and Sydney, but somebody said I think he's been to this place. I'm not sure what he said or something, but and I heard something about exactly what you said. This not yet, he said, but he said will be. Yeah. People are close. You meet many people now are close to church, but we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's more.
We don't know.
We'll see. More Orthodox are coming, and there's more monasteries. There's that new monastery, your Greek Orthodox monastery in Central Coast, Pantanassa. I get my icons from there.
Have you been?
I visited, but they weren't. I visited unannounced. They're busy doing things, but they did greet me and stuff. But they said they're pretty inward looking.
Yeah.
That they weren't. That they do serve the community, but that for confessions and that sort of thing. But they did. They offered me food and stuff and all that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
You just stopped with the car, or you?
No, I walked up from the bus. It's not far. It's like an hour.
From the
Yeah.
bus.
Well, it's more of a pilgrimage in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you came with the car. And
No.
You might want to stay. I thought you might talk to Peter and want to stay for.
No.
Days.
No. Maybe another time.
Yeah.
It's
You just drove with the bus. And
yeah. I just wanted to come and venerate the icons, like a walking pilgrimage. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
Just before Easter, I wanted to do it.
Yeah. This monastery is opening all the time. Like this, His Grace, because he's the abbot. His Grace Jacobos, he's the abbot, but he comes in the weekend as well here to do the service. But he said the monastery will be open to the public all the time. Like it's not like some monasteries they close down. You know, because they have a daily program, they have things to do. But here, no, whoever comes, will be open.
That's great. Great to know. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
What was your name again?
Emil.
Emil.
Yeah.
Thank you, Emil. I'll pray for you.
He's coming from this, but in Romania they call Emil.
Emil. Scott.
Scott.
Yeah. And sorry.
I always forget names.
Scott. Nice. What was your name? Pardon?
Efteris.
Efteris, yeah. Nice to meet you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
I will come because I want to see where is Peter to talk to him.
Okay.
And I will come that way to see.
I wasn't sure which how to open it. Okay.
Yeah, I will come. Yeah, this is the place where we put the candles over there.
Yeah, wow. Oh, I see, yeah.
And over there that is the where we eating.
Oh, yeah.
This
here?
Yeah. And it's more new because before wasn't any community and wasn't built anything like in other monasteries. They have built the
Dormitory and that sort of
they where they eat. Where over there is the kitchen and where we eat is smaller and it's like doesn't matter. We have everything we need.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Glory to God. Yeah.
Food and
Yeah.
or more than that, you know.
Yeah.
machinery also to do. You've got some
Yeah.
stuff to do the work that's needed.
Yeah, and we can't complain. Of course, some monastery who has all the things, they have more monks, they have buildings built up, like made from bricks and this. But in time, if will come people and
It's growing, things are getting bad, so
to stay, and if build here to say monastic community, then things will change.
I think you'll find that's going to happen. More people joining Orthodoxy, AI, world's getting worse provokings and war and stuff. I think that will be really needed, and God wouldn't have led you here unless for a reason.
Yeah.
So
they said if you have points where people praying all the time, is less the power of the bad one is. Is not. It can't have because it's a lot of prayer over there, a lot of prayer. They saying. I mean,
no, I think that's
what I understand from I didn't know before. I said, why is this monastery? Yeah, because they like soldiers in the front line.
Yeah.
They pray more. They have a program with the praying, and the people in the world pray when they can because they're busy with the world work and this, and that's how the balance of the to not be such an influence of the bad power, and people to strengthen themselves as well, coming to the monastery or to the churches and this and praying and because not everybody can be in a monastery, only some people in a monastery and the people in the world, but important is to not forget about God.
Yeah, well, like you were saying, it can be done like what does St. Palamas says, that we're called to do it in the world too, but it's to be able to, salvation is easier in a monastery. Like he even says that about what, like you can have a wife if you want, but it's going to be harder to stay pure with a wife. So
it's normal because it's a human. Imagine to control. Happened in the world. I know two Romanians. Sent him in a family. He was a family priest, but after an age, they keep pure to say for 40 years before they die. But it's hard. Depends of everyone. It's a big temptation can happen as well, of course, because of course the bad one will stir you up, or no. Yeah. And the thoughts come. It's not easy. He was
like
a priest.
I was going to say that sobriety. If like gluttony can be harder because I've found, personally, I'm just going to talk about my experience, because gluttony or eating, because you have to eat something. So so sobriety is easier because you can cut it off completely, and then when the demons come with the thoughts, you can immediately reject it. But if you have to eat, it's harder to moderate the thought because you have to eat something, and then so they do say that moderation's harder than sobriety. So it makes sense.
It is.
And and in the world, the female gender, what they do, what they've,
It's
like even makeup and stuff like that is, they don't know that it's actually, I think it's demonic. Like the makeup is demonic because it masquerades as sexual. Like like red rouge is mimicking. Not to bring. I don't want to bring up those things. Those it's good to keep those thoughts away. But I was just mentioning that the world's full of that stuff.
It is. Because the better ones, they want to look you like a clown, and not natural, and
that's right. Yeah.
And to not look, you bring that expression more, from you to be more beautiful, more attractive. But God made you enough attractive anyway, but you to be more attractive with what inside the other person, not what outside. To be like this.
I was thinking about this.
No, I'm just guessing now.
Yeah.
Thinking about we try to bring that beautiful body gave you God, but you don't have to do it. God Yeah.
It can be a source of vanity. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're saying. Yeah, it's,
I was going to say that I was thinking about nuns the other day, and I thought, I just reading, there was a woman talking about, oh, I don't want to have to withdraw from the world just because people look at me like that, in that way. And I thought, well, why do nuns wear what they wear? Because it's not about them, it's about you. Your beauty gives you vanity, gives us vanity, like not so much for men because beauty's not as important, but still, but with women, it's a great source of pride to to have that attention, right?
Yeah.
So the nuns wear it for themselves. It's not about the external world. It's about others. It's about that this will give you pride. When people, ooh, it gives the pride. That's why, and so that's what, it's actually more a danger for them in many ways.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This one you.
I asked Peter
I'm just
before.
saying, this is filming. Or?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's like I can delete it after. That's fine. If you
Okay.
like.
Oh, this was on tape.
Yeah, but I can delete it after.
Okay.
That's fine if you like. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's.
Me, I didn't realize.
Sorry, I wasn't even thinking that though. Like
I thought it's just taking picture, but.
But I can also, like I said, I thought in my head when you were talking, I thought if he wants me to delete it, that's fine. I can get rid of it.
I hope you don't post it on YouTube or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll delete it. I'll delete it. No worries.
Because I don't know. It's we need to get a blessing from His grace to post something.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I'll get.
I will be probably in trouble. And
I'll get rid of it. It's all right.
Wow.
Don't worry. I'll get rid of it.
Who got? He didn't get the permission.
I did ask Peter that if I could record here though.
Oh, okay.
So I did just want to make sure I check.
Yeah.
But I will delete that of our talk. I'll get rid of it. So
Because,
don't worry. All good. No one will see it. That's yeah. I'll get rid of it. Don't worry.
okay.
All right. Thank you. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Me, I just got to see if I find people just asking something.
Yeah, it's so beautiful, the castle.
Yeah.
They must have put so much time and effort into building it.
I think in time they want to refresh and to carry on the building. But,
Yeah.
But I don't know when it's gonna happen. But they have in plan from Archdiocese
Yeah.
to have the monastery to finish some of the work. Yeah.
Was it damaged in the fire or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Damage in the fire, and I think they stopped after that. Was a couple of times fires.
Yeah.
And
It's that story of the story of St. George's, how down in I heard that story on the website, talk about that icon that survived the fire. There was a St. George icon that wasn't burned down in the grotto, is it? Or
I'm not sure.
yeah.
I'm not exactly sure, to be honest.
Anyway, they did say that. Yeah, in the cave. It's all right. I'm not looking to go see it. I know it is there, though.
Yeah,
I think that's fine.
they have some. The path to go to the cave is no good now. And generally, they say we try to avoid to not let people going
Yeah, they said that last
because to
time.
not have
Not
an
safe.
accident
Yeah.
or something. Me, I haven't been.
You haven't even been down there, yeah. Yeah. Is that St. George there? Yeah.
St. Tryphon.
Oh, St. Tryphon, yeah.
Yeah, we have a candili. Yeah, every day I have to
Yeah.
fill out a little bit of oil, and yeah, we make sure it's that's how the fathers did. Yeah. Not sure how, but he's the protector of the garden, and
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a martyr, I think.
Wow.
A good saint.
They're here. I mean, you know,
Yeah, Saint George. Yeah.
he's definitely,
the church is dedicated to Saint George. I mean, the monastery is Saint George Monastery.
yeah,
But of course, we have that the big
different
icon.
areas.
I don't know if you knew. I forgot what. You probably know. It's not the big icon. Is the miracle icon.
It's the Mary one, right? Yeah. I did read something about it on the website.
Yeah. Actually, it's the only original miracle icon in Australia.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought
Because
the Romanians had one in Melbourne, maybe. Isn't there one there or something like that?
It's a copy.
Oh, it's a copy. Is this the original?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because this one is not painted only 12, 15 years ago. I'm not sure exactly.
Oh, okay,
I'm
right.
not sure exactly when it's
Yeah.
painted. But what I didn't understand was, I think, ask one of the, I'm not sure if it was Bishop Kyriakos, I'm not sure when he was here, I think. God, I don't know if God, I'm not sure exactly how it came, I think, from God to paint this icon for Theotokos, specific for here or something like this, I think. And somebody came and did paint the icon, and but after a while happened a miracle. Came a lady, she was sick, but she was upset anyway. She prayed and cried in the front of the icon, and the icon moved the eyes.
Wow.
And she got healed.
Yeah.
And and I'm not sure if more miracles happened. I think happened more, but this is what I know, one miracle. And what I did understand from the fathers in this, what I heard, this is the only original icon, with Panagia, which is the miracle icon.
She definitely does. That similar thing happened to, do you know, I mean, he's Coptic, so some people might not like that, but I do think his experience is true. But you know, the Australian Father Lazarus, he's in St. Anthony's tomb. It's in Anthony's cave at the moment, doing pretty incredible. He used to be a Marxist, communist, and the Theotokos appeared to him before he knew anything about the gospel when he went to a monastery. And she moved, like you said, in the thing, and then said, "I'll be your mother." And then from then on, you must know him. He's mentioned.
I
know of him. Yeah.
I did before I came to the monastery. I've seen him on the internet.
On the YouTube, yeah, that's where I saw it. Incredible story.
Yeah. He is very,
Yeah, I don't know how he actually did have one good advice thing, saying that he felt like you were mentioning, how am I going to do this? And I think God said to him, I'll split up the tasks. So it's like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. And then overall, it was a bit more bearable. That's what he said. And I thought that makes sense. That's what I started doing with my prayers. And that's why I split it up into different things during the day. Yeah.
Because otherwise you feel a little bit overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I mean, when you feel good and energy, you'll do it. But when you're tired, you say it's too much. And you tend to leave it.
Anyway.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. Thanks for sharing. I'll see you next time, perhaps. Bye-bye. Well, friends, still with us. I don't know that was a pretty incredible experience. It was great to hear from our friend there, which we'll delete that when we get home. We'll edit that part out of the video, because he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to, didn't know. Like I said, I got permission before to shoot on the camera, but that's fine. I'll get rid of that. We'll delete that from the thing. But it was great to hear. For those of you who are here, can hear it live, and it won't be a problem for him because the channel's not that big. So all good. But I was really glad to hear it, and for those of you that got to hear it, hope you got something out of that. Hello, Glenn. Goodbye, St. George Monastery. Glory to you, Lord, and veneration to you, Mother. That's an incredible icon of the Theotokos. I certainly, when I was praying in there, definitely a holy place. Noticeable presence. And look at these two beautiful rosettas here. It's funny. I only recently experienced some miracles with these birds. As a Nerean, you'll know. Two rosettas just like this, Nerean, if you're watching. That story I told you. But yeah. Off we go. Let's go to have about a half an hour walk, and we will do our reading for today. I hope that was good. I'm not even sure you could hear the person, so maybe that will be good actually. If you can't, the microphone probably didn't pick up him, so that's a good thing. Let's find out where we are. ZDMC says, thanks for bringing us on the journey to this holy place. I'm glad you got something out of it, my friend. That's the point of them. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly happy each time we do. We're going to do them every year. I'm happy to do them on my own. I enjoy doing them on my own, but if, like last time, if someone wants to come, that was enjoyable last time too, when someone joined me. So Glenn, I know you're Australian. I think some of you others are Australian. You're welcome to join me next time, in 3 months' time, when we do another one for Pentecost. And let me just see where I am and we'll get a move on. We got to go down there. Oh, we got a bit of a walk. Let me just see. Okay, a 35-minute walk. That's fine. We'll go. Off we go. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to get the camera out more, but you did see, I think you probably saw enough of it there, but inside. But I didn't want to make it a tourist video, you know. But it was good to visit it. And look, they're very welcome of people coming up. There's only 3 brothers there, so and it seems like the abbot of the monastery isn't there full time at the moment. So probably an old gentleman, probably needs care. I know that up at the Pentanessa Monastery, it's not the same. It's not like Athos, right? The Pentanessa Monastery and the Central Coast. I think their abbot is no longer in one part of it, and so he had to come up to a higher part of the monastery because he's an older gentleman. So I think even on Athos they have certain hermitages or that are more fitted out for an older person to pass away in. And that's the beauty and what we can hope for if we put in our time doing and think how long those practices are. Mine aren't. I do an hour and a half in the morning and probably another 30 minutes in the middle of the day, another 30 minutes at the end. And I try to drop into the Jesus prayer, and I'm watchful all day, but and doing religious work. But it's not prayer, so the prayer is not as much as they're doing, that's for sure. But you can do it in the world. Like I said, I'm an example of it. Hesychism in the world. But that's the ideal. That's what we want to ultimately be possible. I know that St. Sophrony, when he passed away, wow, it's such an incredible story. He was a true hesychast, saw the uncreated light, and pray for them. Pray for the monks that are at that St. George Monastery. It'll help. It'll be good. It's good for it to stay open. And there's only 3 of them there, and they don't have a father. Obviously, he has a spiritual father he speaks to when the abbot's there on the weekends, but the people looking after it day to day, they don't have they need your prayers. So, and so where were we? We're going to go do our readings when we get up here. But we were talking about what I might do is, there's a bit of a bus stop here. I'm going to stop and have some tea and some more caffeine, because I'll run out of juice otherwise. But it's only about 2:30. I think we can make our way up to this lookout area, and it overlooks Penrith. And then we'll continue our chat in the moment, so I'm sorry if it's boring, but it's not our regular day today, it's a pilgrimage day, so forgive me. Okay. Yeah, that was very moving for me to hear his story, and also to hear about his endurance, because he's at that monastery. He's at that monastery, and he's only seeing his spiritual father. Well, the other spiritual fathers have passed away, and he's only seeing his abbot on the weekends, right? Because the abbot comes. So, well, they're doing a great service. They're praying for everyone. And St. Sophrony talks about this, that it becomes a reality, our prayer, the monastic's prayer. He experiences humanity as a whole at certain levels of it. So it's a truly real thing to experience Adam's pain when one gets close enough to Christ. A truly real thing. I'm honestly surprised the signal out here, but let's see if it continues. Might get some rain as well. I might sit down for a little bit before we go off. Yeah, very moving, and what an incredible place, rich with the Spirit, rich with prayer. And obviously the monks that took care of it have passed away, or the fathers, the ones that are ordained. Like he mentioned that there were 2 here holy people that gave him great, just being around them gave him great impulsion, spiritual impulsion. I really do think, I don't know if you heard what was said there, but I think the Lord is at work there with those 3 gentlemen that are there, keeping it open. There aren't any Orthodox ones that are this close to Sydney either, but I think they might be a bit more populated further on. Wow, listen to that. Might have a bit of a storm. I brought the umbrella this time so we won't have a ruined camera. Yeah, stream still going strong. I'm happy with that. Ooh, there's the rain. Suppose we can't rest here too long. Can't rest here too long. Although I wonder when the Yellowrock bus comes. Actually, I might see if there's a bus. And then maybe it comes at 5 or something and we can get out of here on the bus. We don't have to walk all the way back, which is quite a long way. I'll get to the talk soon. Oh, what's going on here? Is this still working? Maybe not. Why is the router going off? It seems to still be working. Don't know why it disconnected. Huawei. Log in? What? Maybe this one works. Better get moving anyway, eh? Had a bit of a drink, had a bit more. Okay. Get this back on. Hello. You lose reception when you put things down. I'm so glad that you guys still had the reception inside the monastery. How great's that? I didn't know if it would stay, but I've got 2 antennas, so I think that helps. Yeah. Need this umbrella soon too. Alright. Let's go. One thing I do want to check though, like I said, is seeing if this bus... Is that rain? Okay. Oh, by the way, we'll be live tomorrow for our regular stream. This is an addition. But we've prepared stuff to talk about, so it's not going to be... Ooh. Okay, there is a bus at 4:55. That's pretty cool. Okay. Well, we'll be back for that. Perfect. We'll get that bus at 5. But let's get moving. See how long this lasts. Wow, listen to that. Let me just make sure this is still working for now. And we'll get back to our chat. Snap. Check this is still working. Maybe not. Let me check. Yeah, it looks like it is. ZDMC says, grateful to God for the brothers at St. George Monastery. May it remain open and be renewed by additional brothers. And I'm grateful to God for you, bro, as you publicly live stream hesychism in the world. Yeah, I mean, promoting it anyway, because of course it requires silence. But thank you for praying for the brothers. That's why I asked for such a moving story. Like I said, though, I'll delete it when I'll delete his portion of it when I get home. I'll pray about it first and then delete it. Like I said, though, I didn't do anything. I did ask before I arrived whether I could record. So I wasn't just doing it. And it was, this camera was on my chest the whole time. But yeah, I'll ask the Lord. But you know, no one involved with his hierarchy is ever going to see this stream anyway. But you know, I'll ask the Lord about it. But thank you for praying for him. I'm going to put him in my prayers. It's important that the brothers are up there. Well, I don't think they're tonsured yet, right? I think maybe one of them is tonsured. So they're not monks, they're novices. But they're taking care of it, and their abbot is there on weekends, so they're caretakers, essentially. But they're doing all the prayers and everything. That's why it's just so incredible that, you know, it's a big deal to be a monastic. Especially in Australia, most would prefer to go to amongst when there's much more of their kin, right? That's why it really moved me, because they're providing by keeping it open. And most people would prefer to go to Athos, like I said, because there's just such a larger community to be guided by. I know that you know, if that's something I ever did, I would want to go to Athos instead. It's usually more a situation of people who it's usually more a situation of people probably would come and serve in a country after being a monk on Athos rather than a novice. But I guess it's just a unique situation. The more modern a place is, I suppose, the less likely people are to want to come out to it. And yeah. So where did we leave off? We were talking about we were talking about left and right. The scourging. Oh wait, you guys can't see anything. Sorry about that. There you go. Talking about the scourging. Where are we? Okay. Zoom in. Okay, where's the trail though? Can't see it. There should be a trail going to this lookout. Okay, might be losing signal down here. Okay, bit of signal. I found it. Well, I hope this keeps working. We'll see how far we get. Anyway, Yellowrock Road does seem to keep going down here, so we'll keep going. And so we were talking about the Lucifer and Satan. Like our friend at the monastery was talking about, the thoughts. The thoughts, don't think your thoughts are you. Assume that. Really, I've just found the longer I've gone on, unless you're doing a particular analysis on something, sitting down doing some intellectual work, or trying to figure something out on paper, you really just, it doesn't help anything. You don't, like, it's pretty, the only times it's good is when it's, and like he mentioned, an idea came to him to not listen to the thoughts. That's angels helping you. Reject. What a great example of that. To reject the thoughts. Honestly, like, the longer you do it, the more you begin to recognize that that's the case, that the thoughts are the demons. And so this is what happens in the scouring for us doing hesychastic prayer. Concentration without effort in prayer for an hour in the morning. If you do the concentration, the Lord will slowly grant you the forces, and the sooner the better. That's how it was for me, and that's what Valentin talks about too. And so, little by little, that hour, the Lord can grant you divine peace in the world and divine love. He does say, can you not watch with me for an hour? Like I said, right? I mean, those monastics are doing long prayers, but I'm talking about doing concentration at the same time, in silence though, withdrawing into the self. Withdrawing into the self. And so, that's what you face until a harmony slowly develops in the soul, which is treated through this process. The Lord heals you, but every morning you face this scouring from the left and right, from egoistic antipathy and sympathy and temptation in the world. Usually, and I know I've said this many times, usually these things will follow certain archetypes that align with the three temptations of the Christ. And so what we're doing in this process is learning how to stand as an upright follower of Christ. Learning how to stand as an upright follower of Christ. Not drawn to the left or right, because they want us to oscillate between objective world desire and egoistic antipathy and sympathy. Lucifer and Satan. That's what he wants. So the left hand knows what the right hand's doing. What does that mean? The will to power wants to invade the center point of consciousness that you are. That's what they want. So there's no moderation point between these things. There's no silence to stop it. There's no... Hopefully this is still working too, I don't know. There's no silence to stop it. There's no And that's what AI, internet, the provokings of it is all about. The doom scrolling, it's trying to invade consciousness so there's no delay between impulse or temptation and action. And that's the left hand knowing what the right hand's doing. I can only hope that this is still broadcasting. I'm just going to keep walking. We're in the foothills. There should be something that's coming through. This is a beautiful country path. Even if it doesn't work out, I'm going to enjoy it. A bit of it. 22 minutes. Sun's coming out for us. Okay, let's continue. All right. Here we are, friends. Look at this beautiful field. This is quite a ways. I mean, it's still the foothills of the Blue Mountains, but it's quite a ways from civilization, and that you have to go down a lot of country roads to get here. Beautiful field over here. But what were we talking about? We were talking about the scouring. And I mentioned to our friend, the brother, what we were saying there about and like you mentioned there, like he said 4 p.m. they do prayers. He said 4 in the morning they begin. Then they do, did he say? That goes to 4 till 8. And then I think he said 12 and 4 till 8, 12, and then I think evening. And tonight the abbot's going to be there, or the bishop is going to be there. But he did say people can go at any time, so feel free to visit them and pray with them, because I just asked him then I might go back and do that at some time and pray with them. And he said you don't have to go at 4, you can come later. But yeah, pray for them. And thank you, ZDMC, for praying. Well, I know that I'll put them in my prayers. I already actually prayed for them last time I came up there. I've never met them. Oh wait, I met one of them. I think I met Peter. I didn't know his name at the time, but yeah, I prayed for them. I mean, it definitely helps. You know, he was talking about strength that's been granted to him over time in doing what he's doing, right? And it's a lot to pray, but you're free. I think the key is recognizing how, as you do a little bit more, And honestly, if you do the concentration, that particular hesychistic prayer, it allows for more of a desert withdrawal in plain sight. So a closer communion, a closer eventual communion, especially if it's, well, it has to be prayer of the nous. And in that rejection of the temptations is strength eventually granted. You'll find that the intercession of grace in the breath later on, anyway, if you've been doing it for 6 months, grace enters the breathing in that passive active state. But you could consider that I was kind of ADD before. It's a fake illness anyway, and the Lord completely allowed for and provided for focus and concentration forces through this process, among all the other many miracles, including contemplation, and grace and lower levels of union. So, doing or even 6, if you're doing this hour practice, the Lord did say, can you not watch with me for an hour inside the tabernacle, right? Closing the door. You can be in the world and do this and keep up your duties. And in fact, peace can come from that. And you know what proves it? 3 other people in the fellowship have experienced the same. And they're just normal people. You will face the scouring though. We're up to that step, the scouring. You will face the scouring. That, well, it's a waste of time. All the things of the world will try to get you to stop doing it. And that's why the monastery, in a sense, it keeps you busy. In a sense, right? You're kept busy. You're not idle. So in the world, the rest of the time of your day you're distracted by things. So in a sense, while it's tough and tiring, the worldly, the things you're forced to do there, we're forced to do, are more risky and dangerous to take us away from salvation, which is the ultimate goal. So you can think it seems harder, but there are other things. Either way, you have to remain watchful in the world. You have to establish watchfulness in the world. So, as he was saying, oh, what's this? It's a footpath of some kind. Don't know, someone's property, I guess. Might as well have a look, right? Yeah. Or maybe it's a river, like water flows down it or something. Let's not do it. We're not in England. You can't just go walking around. And although we're not in America either, you're not going to get shot in Australia walking on someone's property, but you might get knifed. Nah. You're right, mate. Okay, this is still a road for most of the way before it becomes bush park, whatever you call it, bushwalk. So scouring. We experience it as temptations, thoughts. Assume your thoughts are demons. Assume your thoughts are demons. When they come, reject them. Think no throughout the whole day. But in this hour practice, and again, this is an Easter pilgrimage, so we're talking about the Passion. These are steps that Christ went through that we experience in a minor way. In a minor way. But we do experience them. The other way that we're scoured is destiny. Destiny. So as you're achieving more of a harmony of soul, as you're rejecting the attack of the left and right, the temptations, graces are appearing, you're noticing perhaps spiritual touch behind the eyes through the concentration without effort practice in silent hesychistic prayer. As that's progressing, you'll notice that grace occurs after maybe half an hour, or at the end of the practice, you'll notice things occur after you reject the temptations and think no and continue. Like we do that's part of the practice. The temptations appearing are part of the practice. Wow, look at this landscape, look at this, they're living the life up here. Well, as long as you can afford it. As long as you can keep the upkeep for the land, because remember, land requires upkeep. Land requires capital to keep it going. Beautiful though. And so, just as your soul starts to begin to, just as at the end of your practice you start to experience peace, spiritual peace. Thank God you have this refuge where you're provoked during the day, but you always know this morning's coming and it's going to be the favorite part of your day eventually. But you always know, no matter what happens, even if you're going through a spiritual contraction, even if the Lord seems distant in this practice, He grants you peace at the end of it or middle of it, end of it. Thank God. So it's this refuge you can always go to then. And it doesn't take that long to begin to experience that, but you do have to go through that. And so your soul's being harmonized by Him, as the Beatitudes represent and speak to. You become poor in spirit. You're rejecting the demons, the demonic thoughts, poor in spirit. And then what happens is destiny starts to knock at your door. Necessity, temptations in the world, money. Oh, what am I going to do for retirement if I put all this time into prayer? Thoughts, but from the world attack. People in the world, like our friend there at the monastery mentioned. Oh wow, okay, look at this. Maybe we do have signal now. See, you can see we're in the foothills here because there's a view of the city. I've always wanted to come up here. Can you see that in the background? Lawana. I bet they have a lovely view of the lights of the city there. Although I think I'd prefer this gentleman's property with the view of the mountains on the other side. I don't think I'd want to see the city particularly, but let's continue. And by the time once we get to the end of this country road, we will read through the canon if we have enough time, because we need to get back for the bus at 4:55. So I think it's 3 now. Oh wait, oh, you can see the city from this angle. Oh, that might be Parramatta. Oh no. Wow, I've never seen this from this angle before. Look at this. Can you see the city in the distance there? Centrepoint Tower in the middle of it, I think. Obviously, you can't see the coastline from here, but you can see the buildings. Beautiful. Let's keep going. Hopefully, if you're getting you should be getting signal, right? Because we're at the top of the hill. I hope so. But beautiful. The sun's coming out for us too. feel free to join me. I know Glenn, you're an Australian, feel free to come along next time. Oh, join the fellowship. I do need to know who's coming. That's why I got the fellowship. It doesn't cost much. And there's a free option to join the fellowship if you can't afford it. So, but you do have to say who you are and what your name is and stuff. I need to know who's turning up. It can't just be a random turn up. That's why I made that a prerequisite. No randoms. You have to at least contact me and then give me details on who you are and all that. And join the Discord. Like I said, there's a free option on the website, scottmannion.com/fellowship. Where? Also on the Substack, there's 2 posts. One, if you want to understand some of the more of the things we're talking about today, just I keep mentioning this practice, concentration with effort in prayer, which is nothing more than hesychism. There is a post called Lectures, I think Greenwood Reading List and Greenwood Lectures, organised in form of subject. So you don't have to go looking through my highlights page on Twitter. Go to the Substack post and it will show you there's a practices section, there's different things of how this is done in participation, passive, active, grace and effort. I'm using the word participation now rather than collaboration, because collaboration suggests it is mutual, but that one's God and we're man, so participation's better. Here's someone's nice property. Bit boring, bit modern. They're free, pretty free up here though. As free as you can be in this country. But yeah, I'm still very moved by that gentleman's story. I was moved when he was giving it. Definitely will keep him in my prayers and them in my prayers for strength. Because salvation's what matters. The Lord takes this into account though. He knows if you don't have, and as G.H. Palmer said, the translator of the Father Kalir, we're in lack of spiritual fathers that are of experienced living hesychasts. I mean, who knows who they are? Well, while they're living, right? But the Lord knows. If you really seek him, he will be your master. He is the master. That's the idea. And you can be guided by the fathers of the Father Kalir as well. But it's good to have a spiritual advisor to check in with. I do. Right? So there's a part, at least a touching of the living body, even if it's not anyway. But we were talking about, I just wanted to make that point that the Lord will send the energy and the guidance. We do have to pray for it too. You really have to, by the Jesus prayer. And really, look, the Jesus prayer is one that we should just be praying it all the time. Let's drop into it, but make it automatic. That's one thing. But your veneration of your icons, that's a good moment to mean it, right? You got to mean it. Even the Jesus prayer, asking for his mercy a lot is very important. And that's what that incredible prayer does. It does many things. Well, it doesn't do it, but it asks many things. It declares many things. It's an important moral thing. In asking for his mercy, this is why prayer. That's the prayer, the one prayer we need to always be doing, because it acknowledges who Christ is, but it also acknowledges the proper relationship between above and below. And this is talked about that you're not a will to power. It declares the truth of the proper relationship. So it's you're bowing by saying this. I'm a sinner, and you're and this is something you're saying all day, asking for His mercy all day. It's such an incredibly important prayer. That's why it's the one we use when we do our concentration without effort in prayer. The Jesus prayer. And so yeah, do it all the time. In your mind. That's why we do it in rhythm with our breathing. And so after the scouring, like I said, you'll face it in the world. You face it in your worries about your retirement money by gambling everything. In this period, we need to not negotiate with the false gods of existence, in the sense that we can't compromise. We need to have to opt all in on Christ. If He's guiding us to, and we should be beginning to feel impulsions of peace, and eventually, if we're doing the practice I'm talking about for a year, you can ask questions and be guided in that way through conscience and feel the response of joy and peace in response to a question. Now, if you get to that stage, or He's shown you things, He's granted you peace in the practice, if you're able to then follow divine will in that way, firstly, you can determine it by asking. That's a big thing. I prayed a lot for that, to know. But it will be granted in these practices, right? But what you have to face is this compromise. Oh, what about my savings? What about my retirement? What about the money? Well, if the Lord keeps telling you when you're asking Him in these contemplations, in these discernments of conscience, or what is called Bergson calls, the philosopher Bergson calls intuition, and he'll signify to you what His divine will is in that. At the same time, you need to be careful of spiritual deception, but you use the truth criterion we talk about, the epistemic principles. So we've talked about that many times. But nice. Where were we going with that? Compromise. Again, we're still on this scouring from the left and right. You'll be tempted to compromise. But what about my savings? But what about my retirement money? Compromise with these forces, these things. Oh wow, we're already at the Yellowstone. This is the part coming up. I hope it's still working. Should be. Well, let's bring that down a bit. Should be working. Yeah. This is the part coming up. Great. All shall be well. And so you'll be tempted to, well, what do I do? Do I go back to the world and do my retirement savings, my retirement money, work on that? Well, that's a false god. Your savings account is a false god, unless the Lord has already led you to, well, you're going to need to put this money aside for something, build up, but he will provide for you. But it's key when you're learning. This is why the Lord says that a rich man can't enter the kingdom of heaven, or will find it very difficult. It's not so much about the money itself, it's that it's there as your God. It's there as this line, as that. It's this magic carpet. Why does the dragon have a hoard of gold? Oh wow. Look at this, hey? Cliff edge is right here. Incredible, as I say. Wow, okay. Being careful, friends. I've got my hiking shoes on today. There's the old... Hopefully you still got a bit of signal here. It's not the edge, but it's steep. Pretty cool though. Let's go have a look over here. Oh wow! Here we go. Let's get the emergence of it as we walk out. Being careful. I'm not going to go up to the edge. Oh wow, look, so you can see some climbing hooks here too. Damn, the view's a bit blocked by trees, but it is... You can see the lakes down here. Yeah. Alright. Well, you can't really see... It would be a great view if there wasn't all these trees in the way. See, this is why I don't like the national parks. There's definitely a policy of not chopping down trees for views, but there should be. We should chop down, just at least with these lookout areas, get rid of it. We've got so much bush around, you can just clear out the area where there's these, look, there's tables and stuff here. Clear out, we want to see. Clear it out. Get it out of there. Okay. There's other areas. Let's go off the road a bit. There's one here. This might be a bit better. We'll probably do our reading here. And we of course won't go all the way up to the cliff edge. Don't worry, friends. Don't you worry. That's a bit better, isn't it? Look at that. Ooh. Wow. Look at that. Hey? Look at that, eh? That's a bit better. Okay, we're not even close to the edge here. It's all good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, just if those trees were cut down, we'd be laughing. You can see it though, you can see what we're talking about, what I'm talking about. But we might go that table to do our reading. But let's see if we can find something better. Might be something a bit further down. Yeah. Oh, okay, well there's a clear bit there you can see, a little bit. Oh wow, that's quite beautiful actually. Yeah. Don't know if it gets any better. There you are. That is called the Nepean River. Yeah. Nice. The sun has come out a bit further down there too for us. It probably wouldn't take that long to hike down to Emu Plains from there. I don't know how to get through, but I did see one area that was, looked a bit better than this, but I don't know if there is anything else. I think that might be down further. But we may just sit on the table over there. But I just wanted to have one more try and we'll walk back up. Although I wouldn't mind seeing if any of this is even working. It might not be. I don't know if it is. Yeah, I think that might be it for the views. I don't think we're going to get anything better than that. Yeah, doesn't look like we are. Yeah, I think that might be it. It doesn't look like this is a pathway. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that might be another. I think that's an edge over there anyway. So nothing else to see down there. Trees are starting to thin out though. I think that's what's going on. All right, let's go back to our table. It's pretty good, not bad. Or we can try do our reading from the cliff edge up here. But I will need to go to the bathroom first. And then we'll start. How much time do we have? No, I don't know how much we'll get through, but we'll start. It's nice to see anyway. And we'll be live tomorrow at 12 o'clock from the Australian coast, my friends. Talking about Christ's miracles. So well tied into what we've been talking about today. About the Passion. Well tied into that. Like we said, Christ's word and his miracles are lesser recapitulations, patterns tied in with the same thing happens. They're all preludes to, like the Beatitudes is the Passion in a lesser sense. The miracles are the Passion in a lesser sense. Think about Lazarus dying and resurrected or revived. Yeah, I guess we could do it here. I don't really want to sit on stone though. Here's a nice view. What does it look like from this little stone? There's a bit of a stool to sit on. The view's not that good anyway. You have to really sit there for that to look good. Anyway, as usual, I spend way too long picking a place. Let me just see if this is working. It should be. It should be. Oh, yeah, it must be. It must be. Must be. Yeah, it is. Good. Hello, friends. I see you, ZDMC. Thank you for your posts. For those watching later, I'll read it out because not often, the chat's not often still there. So I don't know if you were talking about this view, but he says, wow, spectacular view. I assume that the brothers of St. George Monastery have passed and walked and prayed in that very place too. An unceasing chain of prayer and worship. True. Maybe they've come down here, I'm not sure. Maybe once or twice. You think if they've spent a lot of time here, they probably. It is beautiful though, isn't it? That you can see the Nepean River as it continues on down there. Very cool. It's almost been rewilded. There's lots of boulders down there and rapids, or rapid seeming things. You can't take your boat through the whole thing, but yeah, it's got these areas of rewilded sort of riverside down there. But let's go sit down at our table and we'll do our reading. I'm gonna have to disconnect for a brief moment to go to the bathroom, but otherwise I'll be back very shortly. All right, I'll see you in very quickly. Back in a sec. Okay, well, we could do that. We can sit on the table. There's probably a bit of a view from the table. Oh yeah, there's a bit. Whoa. Great. Oh, here we are. On location. We like it. Got a bit of stuff action there. Or is it better down here? Better down here like that, maybe. Okay. Might get a bit windy here, but keep that tripod low. Okay. I don't want to remove the view. This is going to get in the way of the view. Not that there's heaps to see anyway, but it's a little bit bigger. All right, you can see me there. Let's get our stuff out. Let's make sure that everything's still working. Should be. Back online now. Yes, good. I've got a bit of a view there too. Well, a little bit. You can see a little bit from there, can't you? I mean, you can see what I can see. It still looks nice. Although it's always a bit less on camera, isn't it? You can see down there into the valley. All right, let's begin. We are actually, and I've got your chats there, everyone, so feel free to send through. I'm seeing it come up. We've got signal here. We're laughing, so we'll see how much we get through of this. We're doing the prayers from the canon, from the what's done in the liturgy, or in the service anyway, for the Passion on Thursday of Holy Week. That's what we're doing. If you want to read along, you can search it. I think, actually, I don't have a link for it, but if you search, I mean, it's the same for any Orthodox. And this is such an incredible reading from the Gospel. Oh, unless we lose our pages. I thought that might happen. Oh dear, I have to get that back. Give me a second. No staples. Almost went off the cliff, eh? All right. Let's begin. Pretty cool. I like doing these streams so remotely. No one to bother us. So it's a bit rarer to get good signal. But how good's that? It was even in the monastery we had signal. He was saying that icon is an important painted icon. Oh, that's a hot tea as well. Happy days. Put you there. I don't think I'm going to be able to wrangle that though, am I? No. All right. So, wow, the wind picks up at the right time, doesn't it? Beginning 12 gospel readings, along with the traditions that the readers read in the ceremony, in the Orthodox tradition. Anyway, I think this is from the Greek Orthodox Church, this one. When the glorious disciples were enlightened at the washing of their feet, then Judas the ungodly was stricken and darkened with the love of money. This avarice, that's me, addition. And the lawless judges he delivered you. Lord, they're referring to there. The just judge. O lover of money, look upon him who for its sake hanged himself. And we do this all the time. All these things that these people did with Jesus happen with us. We crucify him. We do what Judas does. These all continue. That's why it's so important to have it living in the tradition. Anyway, let's continue. O lover of money, look upon him who for its sake hanged himself. Flee from the insatiable soul, which dared such things against the teacher. O you who are good to all, Lord, glory to you. Lord, have mercy. Through the prayers of our holy fathers, O Lord Jesus Christ, our God, have mercy on us and save us. Amen. The reading is from the Holy Gospel of St. John. First reading. The Lord, glory to your passion, Lord, glory to you. Lord said to his disciples, now the Son of Man has been glorified and God has been glorified in him. If God has been glorified in him, God will also glorify him in himself. He will glorify him at once. Children, I am with you for a little while. You will look for me. And as I said to the Jews, where I am going, you cannot come. So now I say it to you. I give you a new commandment, that you love one another. By this, all will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another. If you have love for one another. And Simon Peter says to him, Lord, where are you going? Jesus answered him, where I am going, you cannot follow me now, but later you will follow me. And Peter says to him, Lord, why can I not follow you now? I will lay down my life for you. And Jesus answered him, you will lay down your life for me. Amen, amen, I say to you, a cock will not crow before you have denied me 3 times. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house there are many dwelling places. If not, I would have told you. I am going to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and take you to myself, and so that where I am, you may be also. And where I am going, you know, and the way you know. Where I am going, you know, and the way you know. Thomas says to him, Lord, we do not know where you are going. How then can we know the way? And Jesus says to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father also. And from now on, you know him and have seen him. And Philip says to Jesus, to him, Lord, show us the Father, and that is enough for us. Jesus says to him, I have been with you for so long a time, and do you still not know me, Philip? One who has seen me has seen the Father, has seen Father. How can you say, show us the Father? Do you not believe that I am in the Father, and the Father is me? The Father is in me. The words that I speak to you, I do not speak on my own. The Father who abides in me, he does the works. Believe me, I am in the Father, and the Father is in me. And I just want to check to make sure this is all working as I do all this reading. Just want to make sure everything's fine. Sorry to interrupt the reading. It's pretty important, so. Oh, this looks a bit uneven, that's weird. I don't know why that is. It's not balanced or something. Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, good, it's fine. It's all working. Happy days. Amen, amen, I say to you. If not, believe me because of the works themselves. Amen, amen, I say to you, which means, of course, it's certainly true. One who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater than these they will do, because I am going to the Father, and whatever you ask in my name, I will do it, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it. If you love me, keep my commandments, and I will ask the Father, and he will give you another Paraclete to abide with you forever, the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot accept, because it neither sees him nor knows him. But you know him, because he abides with you and will be in you. I will not leave as orphans. I am coming to you. In a little while the world sees me no longer, but you see me, because I live and you will live. On that day you will know that I am in my Father, and you are in me, and I am in you. So it's incredible and holy. One who has my commandments and keeps them, that is the one who loves me. One who loves me will be loved by the Father, and I will love them and reveal them to myself to them. Judas, not Iscariot, says to him, not Iscariot? How is it that you are going to reveal yourself to us and not the world? Jesus answered him and said to him, if anyone loves me, they will keep my word, and my Father will love them, and we will come to them and make our dwelling with them. And it's so true. They do. One who does not love me does not keep my words, and the word which you are hearing is not mine, but that of the Father who sent me. I have said these things to you while I abide with you. But the Paraclete, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things and remind you of all that I have said to you. Peace I leave you, my peace I give you. I do not give as the world gives. Do not let your heart be troubled. Do not let your hearts be troubled, or play the coward. I don't know if that's right. You heard that I said to you, I am going away and I am coming to you. If you loved me, you would rejoice that I said, I am going to the Father. And now I have told you before it happens, so that when it does happen, you may believe. Because the Father is greater than I will no longer speak much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming, and he has no claim on me. And that, of course, is Satan, right? But the world must know that I love the Father, and that as the Father has commanded me, so I do. Rise up. Let us go from here. I am the true vine. My Father is the vine dresser. Someone rolled up in a car. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit, he removes, and every branch that bears fruit, he prunes, so that it bears more fruit, and you are already pruned because of the word which I have spoken to you. Abide in me, and I in you, just as the branch cannot bear fruit of itself unless it abides in the vine, so neither can you unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. One who abides in me and I in them will bear much fruit, because apart from me you can do nothing. If anyone does not abide in me, they are thrown out like a branch and wither, and they are collected, thrown onto the fire and burned. If you abide in me and my words abide in you, ask whatever you wish and it will be done for you. By this my Father is glorified, that you bear much fruit and become my disciples. As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Abide in my love. If you keep my commandments, you will abide in my love, as I kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. I've said these things to you that my joy may abide in you, and that your joy may be complete. This is my commandment, that you love one another, as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, and they lay down their life for their friends. You are my friends, if you do what I command you. I no longer call you slaves or servants, because the slave does not know what his Lord does. I've called you friends, because everything that I've learned from my Father I've made known to you. I just want to say that when you lay down your life for your friends, just doing something that is will to service and not in your interest to help, that is laying down your life for your friends as well. Like, it doesn't mean you have to jump in well, look, ultimately, yeah, jumping in a bullet for other people, right? But you can do it simply by doing an action. It means putting Christ first, really, is that you lay down your life for Christ is what you do first, and then a will to do that to help others. Anything that doesn't ultimately serve you and your benefit is laying down your life in a small way, but it's still the same thing. I just wanted to say that, make that point. Because people say, oh, how's that possible, this laying down my life? Well, you do it one little bit at a time, is. Helping others is. Because the slave does not know what his Lord does. I have called you friends, because everything that I've heard from my Father I've made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and set you, so that you might go and bear fruit, and that your fruit might abide, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he might give you. This is what I command you, that you love one another. If the world hates you, know that it hated me before you. If you have been of the world would have loved what was its own. Will ze macht. But because you are not of the world, because I chose you out of the world, because of this, the world hates you. Remember the word I spoke to you. The slave is no greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they have kept my word, they will keep yours. But they will do all these things to you because of my name, because they do not know the one who sent me. If I had not come and told them these things, they would have no sin. From that particular thing. But now, because, for instance, pagans still have sin, right? But anyway, let's not go into that. But now they have no excuse for their sin. One who hates me also hates my Father. If I had not done the works among them that no one else has done, they would have no sin. I don't know if I want to interrupt any of this with interpretive stuff necessarily, but I just wanted to make that point again, that perhaps in this situation, he means related to this particular thing, that you knew what was right, the sin of knowing or unknowing, or maybe not, I don't know. For instance, before Christ came, pagans had sin, right? But when they were not knowing that they were sinning, it's lesser. But anyway, let's not interpret, let's just read. Forgive me. But now that have both seen and hated both me and my Father, but in order that the word written in their law might be fulfilled, they hated me for nothing. But when the Paraclete comes, whom I will send you from the Father, the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father, he will bear witness concerning me. And you also bear witness, because you are with from the beginning. Because you are with from the beginning? Sorry, this is not obviously a Bible, so they might have missed some things here. I have said these things so that you may not stumble and fall away. They will expel you from the synagogues. But the hour is coming when everyone who kills you will think they are offering worship to God. Wasn't that so true? And isn't that so true of other religions, including the Jays? They think they're doing something in God's service, and they're just not. There is only one religion now, and anyone who was of the former is now a pagan. Anyone who's a J is a pagan. They revert to pagan. There is no purpose beyond Christ of any people. And you see some of this in this particular, talking about the Jays. That's what Orthodoxy is so good about. It is very clear about the Jays. And so I've said these things that you may not stumble and fall away, like I said, but the hour is coming when everyone who kills you will think they are offering worship to God. And they will do these things to you because they have known neither the Father nor me. They don't know the Father. But I've told you these things so that when the hour comes, you may remember that I told you of them. I do not speak of these from the beginning. I did not speak of these from the beginning because I was with you. But now I am going away. Now I'm going away. Yeah, so holy, such a privilege for these important apostles to have been with God. But we can also be with God directly as well in communion from within. But still, and what sorrow they experienced. I just wanted to add there. Incredible sorrow. And we share sorrow with them every Passover as we prepare for it, because it happens again. So they will do these things to you because they have they will do these things to you because they have known neither the Father nor me. The people that persecute you, especially when you have authentic religious experience, authentic theology, hesychia, from hesychism, a lot of it can be from that. The Farsis, don't get me wrong, people use the Farsis as an excuse when they actually are under spiritual deception. That's what their religious experience is. That happens too, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, those who are authentically closer to Christ will be persecuted too by others, and the Farsis, that can happen. People that come in Christ's name, and Christ will say to them at the end that I didn't know you, especially if they persecute people that are authentic Christians. And so, but I have told you these things so when the hour comes you may remember that I told you of them. I did not speak of these from the beginning because I was with you, but now I am going away. To the one who sent me, and none of you, sorry this is a bit broken up. But now I'm going away, like I said, but because I've told you these things, grief has filled your heart. None of you is asking me where I'm going away to, but because I've told you these things, grief has filled your hearts, that's why. But I tell you the truth. It is to your advantage that I go away. For unless I go, the Paraclete will not come to you. But if I go, I will send him to you. And when he comes, he will convict the world concerning sin and righteousness and judgment. Must be a couple there in that car. I don't know why it's there otherwise. Concerning sin, because they will not believe in me. Concerning righteousness, because I am going away to the Father and you see me no longer. Concerning judgment, because the ruler of the world has already been judged. I'll just read that one more time. When he comes, he will convict the world concerning sin, righteousness, and judgment. Firstly, concerning sin, because they do not believe in me. Concerning righteousness, because I am going away to the Father and you will see me no longer. Concerning judgment, because I'm going away, because the ruler of the world has been judged. I won't interpret that because there's so much mystery in what everything Christ says, but I've got to get through the reading. So, we'll save it for another time. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. But when he comes, the Spirit of truth, he will guide into the whole truth. And that certainly happens. He does come and guides you to the truth. For he will not speak of himself, but he will speak of whatever he has heard, and he will declare to what is coming. He will glorify me, because he will take from what is mine and declare it to you. Everything that the Father has is mine. That is why I said, he will take from what is mine and declare it to you. A little while and you will not see me. This is so important. I said this to our brother, a friend down at the monastery, or we were talking about this. A little while and you will not see me. And again, a little while and you will see me, because I'm going away to the Father. This happens now still. Spiritual contraction and expansion. He's never far away. He will return. It's important to grow us, to develop us. He'll be back when the grace is withdrawn. We'll be learning as well. Anyway, sorry. The disciples therefore said to one another, what is this that he is saying to us? A little while and you will not see me, and again a little while and you will see me. Because I'm going away to the Father. So they said, what is this little while he speaks of? We do not know what he is saying. Jesus knew that they wanted to question him, so he said to them, are you discussing what I said? A little while and you will not see me, and again a little while and you will see me. Amen, amen, I say to you, you will weep and lament while the world will rejoice. You will grieve, but your grief will become joy. When he's distant, this happens. We grieve and we pray and ask for forgiveness. We should be doing this every morning, forgiveness and thanking him for his 7 spirits, as St. Maximus talks about. Grieve and embrace the grieving, and it's a holy morning. If compunction comes, it's a good thing. If you're doing the hesychistic practices we talk of, don't flee it. People flee hesychism into the world and distractions because they don't want to face it. Embrace it, and he'll come after that. A woman, when she gives birth, grieves because her hour has come. And hesychism, like we said, when the wind was blowing once in the Blue Mountains before, the silence is pregnant. This silent truth, we need to become like Mary, pregnant in the withdrawal of God. He's doing things in preparation, and then we meet him in hesychism, in the concentration without effort in prayer. And at the last hour, at the end of the hour, let's say, or the silence is pregnant, and you're grieving. And the grief becomes good in the Christian experience. The grief in prayer. The grief becomes good. I guess I am interpreting it. The grief becomes good. This happens. If you don't flee it, if you take it as an opportunity to do the prayers when he's withdrawn, you can go to the ground of peace. And you get there by, firstly, in the morning, you repent of every sin you can think of. Even if you can't think of it, assume you've probably sinned and done avarice. I ask for forgiveness for all of it anyway, but I try to think about when I've done it, of course, too. But you'll find when you're praying after that in the concentration without effort in prayer, then because you've repented, then of its own accord, this just spiritually, the compunction comes, the grieving, and if you allow it and you continue it, the grieving plays itself out. And there can be inner tears and internal and external tears. Oh, the car's gone. Internal and external tears. So it might not come out as tears, but the feeling of it can be there too. But this is good. It should be happening every day. Every time you go down, because you're sinning every day, right? And so he says it here. You will grieve, but your grief will become joy. You'll be a pregnant woman in pain, and then the child is born. Christ is born in you again, then returns your peace. Eventually, this happens every morning, and then it's allowed every time the moment you notice you've sinned, you'll notice that you're in anxiety of some kind, and then you go down, and then you experience grace. But you have to it takes a long time for this to come about. But you will notice it at the end of these long hour practices is when it first appears. And at the least, that doesn't take that long for the Lord will start doing that. But you have to do your confession and thanksgiving before you can do it after, but before as well. But you'll be led through the rejection of the thoughts during your hesychistic prayer for the hour. Usually by the end of it, the Lord will, because you're asking for mercy, because you are rejecting, because you've asked for forgiveness before you started, it all helps. Then he'll grant you the grief and then the peace after that. And so let's keep reading. I just wanted to link it to the gospel, to what we're talking about. This is what happens. But when the child is born, she no longer remembers her affliction because of the her. Blessings to the church, but they've got this is a bit wrong. Remembers her affliction because of that a child has been born into the world. Sorry about this. And so you now grieve, but I will see you again and your hearts will rejoice. She no longer remembers her affliction because of the hurt that a child has been born into the... I don't know. Sorry. And so you now grieve, but I will see you again and your hearts will rejoice, and your joy no one will take from you. And on that day you will not question me about anything, because he will have returned, and he does. Amen, amen, I say to you, whatever you ask in the Father's name, he will give you. Until now you have not asked anything in my name. Ask and you will receive, that your joy may be complete. I have said these things to you in riddles, but the hour is coming when I will no longer speak to you in riddles, but I will tell you clearly about the Father. On that day you ask in my name, and I am not telling you that I will ask the Father for you, because the Father himself loves you, because you have loved me and have believed that I come forth from the Father. I came forth from the Father and came into the world. Again I am leaving the world and going to the Father. His disciples said to him, "See, now you are speaking clearly and not in riddles. Now we know that you know all things and have no need for anyone to question you. Because of this we believe that you have come forth from God." And Jesus answered them, "Now you believe. See, the hour is coming, it has now come, when each of you will be scattered to his own home, and you will leave me alone. And I am not alone, because the Father is with me. I have said these things to you that you may have peace with me." Oh dear. Not getting the camera wet this time. Well, I'll at least finish this reading, and we might start walking back. The Lord wanted us to do this reading, so I don't know when we'll continue this. Maybe on Easter, because if we didn't get to read much of it today. Look at this again. It's so nice. Oh dear. I didn't want to finish that reading, but let's wrap that back in there. Alright. How close did we get to the end of that? Oh, it's not that much more. Let's keep going. On that day you ask in my name, and I am not telling you that I will ask my Father for you, because the Father himself loves you. I came forth from the Father and came into the world. Again, I am leaving the world and going to the Father. His disciples said to him, "See, now you are speaking clearly and not in riddles." I read that part already. "I've said these things to you that you may have peace in me. see the hour is coming, he says, you will leave me alone, and I am not alone because the Father is with me. I have said these things to you that you may have... Oops. Let's try and get it done. I want to get it done. I said these things to you that you may have peace in me. In the world you have affliction. But take courage, I have conquered the world. Jesus said these things and raised his eyes to heaven and said, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, that your Son may also glorify you, just as you gave him authority over all flesh, that he might give eternal life to all that you have given him. This is eternal life, and they may know you, that they may know you, the only true God, and the one whom sent you. And the one whom you sent, Jesus Christ. I have glorified you on earth. I have accomplished the work which you gave me to do. And now glorify me, yourself, Father, with you, with the glory that I had with you before the world existed. I have revealed your name to those who you have given me from the world. They were yours, and you have given them to me, and they have kept your word. Now they know that everything which you have given me is from you, because the words which you have given me I have given to them, and they received them and truly came to know that I had come forth from you, and they believed that it was you who sent me. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but for those whom you have given me, because they are yours, and all that is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine, and I have been glorified in them. I am no longer in the world, and they are in the world. I am coming to you. Holy Father, keep in your name those you have given to me, that they may be one as we are. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in your name, those whom you had given me. Dude. Oh, is this still working? Gimbal protection. Oops. Oh, I see. There we are. Let's get it done. Hey? Oh, oopsie. Only a little bit left, and then we'll finish that and we'll head. Those whom you had given me I guarded, and not one of them has been destroyed, and they aren't, except the son of destruction, that the scripture might be fulfilled. But now I'm coming to you, and I say these things in the world that they have my joy fulfilled in them. I say these things in the world that they may have my joy fulfilled in them. I have given them your word, and the world hated them, because they are not from the world, just as I am not from the world. I do not ask that you take them from the world, but that you keep them from the evil one and keep us from the evil one. Father, keeper, protect us from the evil one. In the name of Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth, beloved Father in heaven, protect us from the evil one. I pray for all you who are watching, that Jesus grants you purification, illumination, and union. And the Father, in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, bless them and help them with their practice and help them be purified. Grant them peace. Grant them the know-how to participate in this purification towards illumination and union. They are not from the world, just as I am not from the world. Sanctify them in your truth. Your word is truth. Just as you sent me into the world, I too sent them into the world. And as he says to us, just as my Father sent me, so too shall I send you, he says when he returns. And I sanctify myself for them, that they too may be sanctified in truth. I do not ask for them only, but also for those who have come to believe in me through their word, that all may be one, just as you, Father, are in me. And I in you, that they also may be in us. That the world may believe that you sent me, and I have given them the glory which you have given me, that they may be one as we are one, I in them and you in me, that they may be perfected as one, that the world may know that you sent me, and know them as you loved me. Father, I wish that where I am, those whom you gave me may also be with me, that they may see my glory which you had given me, because you loved me before the foundation of the world. Righteous Father, the world does not know you, but I know you, and they know that you sent me. I made known your name to them, and I will make it known that the love with which you loved me may be in them, and I in them. And when he said this, Jesus went out with his disciples across the brook Kedron, where there was a garden, which he and the disciples entered. Glory to your long suffering, O Lord, glory to you. Well, we're still alive here for now. Well, it depends if this is going to get to my pants or not. Don't know. We'll just read the traditions up to this first gospel reading that they're doing. Glory to your long suffering, O Lord, glory to you. Rulers of the peoples were gathered together against the Lord and against his Christ. They laid a lawless charge against me, Lord. Lord, do not abandon me. Let us bring our senses pure to Christ, and as his friends, let us sacrifice our souls for him, and let us not, like Judas, be suffocated by the cares of life. But in our inner chambers, let us cry, O Father in heaven, deliver us from the evil one. Glory now. A virgin you gave birth, O unwedded, and a virgin you remained, O mother, without bridegroom. Mary, Mother of God, implore Christ our God, that we may be saved. Judas ran, saying to the lawless scribes, what are you willing to give me? I will hand him over to you. As they came to their agreement, you, the object of their agreement, was standing among them and visibly agreeing. O you who know the heart, spare our souls. Let us serve God with mercy, like Mary at the supper. Let us not acquire avarice, which is another god. It's a magic carpet, extension of Vilzamacht. It's a dragon holding its gold. Our savings account can be, is retirement. These things, if you're relying on them to provide for you, in a sense, you're worshipping another god. You can have savings, but you can't rely, like it can't be the thing that in the back of your will is going to provide for you, or your retirement fund, let's say. Never see, doesn't mean you don't have a retirement fund, it just can't be your god. Never cease to intercede, O virgin, with him to whom you got to put God first and disclose his divine will first to see if you should even have one. O virgin, with him to whom you gave your birth beyond explanation, as he loves mankind, and he save from danger those who have recourse to you because of the raising of Lazarus, O Lord. O who love humankind, the children of the Hebrews cry to you, Hosanna. But Judas the transgressor did not want to understand. At your supper, Christ our God, you foretold to your disciples, one of you will betray me. But Judas the transgressor did not want to understand. He wanted a king of the world. To John, when he asked you, who is the one who betrays you, you indicated him through the bread. But Judas the transgressor did not want to understand. For 30 pieces of silver, Lord, and a deceitful kiss, the Jews sought to slay you. But Judas the transgressor did not want to understand. At your washing of the feet, Christ our God, you instructed your disciples, as you have seen, so do. But Judas the transgressor did not want to understand. Will to service, not will to power. What's your God? Watch and pray that you may not be tested, you said to your disciples. O our God, but Judas the transgressor did not want to understand. Glory now. Save, that might be shorthand for glory to you, God, glory to you. Save your servants from dangers, Mother of God. For after God, we all take refuge in you as the unbreachable wall and protection. At the supper, you nourished the disciples, knowing the plan of the betrayal. You exposed Judas during it. You knew he was incorrigible, but you wished to make known to all that you had been handed over willingly, that you might snatch the world from the stranger. Long-suffering Lord, glory to you. Long-suffering Lord, glory to you, God. Glory to your passion. Glory to you. And there we'll end it. We wanted to do the whole thing, but it probably would take 2 hours, I think, to do, and we can't keep doing it in this rain. Let's get this in there. Alright, let's get out of here. That was good, I'm glad we did it. I'm glad we got through that initial reading. Okay, well, we'll walk back to a bus stop, and oh no. There we go. Let's just stand up. Hopefully my bottom didn't get wet. My bottom didn't get wet. Hopefully my bottom didn't get wet. No, it didn't. All right, we're good. Let's continue our journey in this rain. A long-expected journey. All right, there's that. Keep that carefully covered from the rain. No more replacement cameras, even though they're cheap replacements. Although I don't think the camera in the end was broken. It was just the cable input. Whoa, okay. Okie dokie. Well, that's where we were. There's a bit of a view there, but we're gonna go. Anything can happen on these IRL streams, friends. In your nice, toasty, warm, fired room, wherever you are. I hope you're enjoying a bit of environmental coziness by having a bit of rain here. All right, let me rig this up and we'll move. Okay, well, off we go. Hopefully still coming through. I'll do a little check, but a little final look at where we're... Oh, there's not much of a view anymore, it's all raining, but There we go. Bit of mountain. Bit of mountain. I'll see you later, Rune. Alright, my feet are getting wet, let's move. Woohoo! Alright. Oh look, there's a rain shelter there. I didn't think of that. We could probably just continue the reading there then. Let's see what time it is. Yeah, I didn't think of this. Let's see what the time is. All right, we'll keep going. Just wanted to pray what to do. That's why I was waiting there. Sometimes you won't see me do that. Let's keep going. Okay, where did I put that phone? Yeah, where is that phone? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I don't think we're going to make that bus, sadly. Oh shit, now. Damn. Oh wow, we've been going for almost 5 hours now. Oh, I guess we'll continue our walk and yeah, it looks like we just missed the bus. Bugger. Nah, it's all good. Yeah, Saturday. Unless, what if it's just to here? Ah shit, there's no signal now. Bugger. Okay. Well, you should still be receiving everything. So what were we talking about? We got up to the end of the scourging. What happens to you from the left and the right outside of your practice, trying to get you to stop it, trying to get you to negotiate with the world. The Lord will provide for you. He says, you've got to take the time and do the practice. Remember, it's like, so much will unfold from this 1 hour that you give to the Lord. So much. Because it is hesychistic, because it is practicing the 3 oaths. By doing this, this withdrawing into the tabernacle, into the self. And so you'll notice that. It can come in many forms, but it's archetypally the same. It's the necessities of life. The dilemmas will come up, and they're kind of false dilemmas because they're not between good and evil. They're things of the world, like, oh, like I said, what if I don't have enough money for retirement? Or if the Lord is directing you to do something and he wants everyone at least to do this for a year to the point where they might be able to discern divine will, or at least be granted some of the divine rewards, like peace, that where you realize that it's not merely psychological, and so you have the impetus to continue. That's the most important thing, to withdraw from the world enough so you have the impetus to continue. By the way, friends, we'll be on the beautiful Australian coast tomorrow at 12 o'clock talking about the miracles of Christ, which seed into what we're talking about today. We would have done this stream last week, but we had a technological error which we fixed, thankfully, thank God, glory to him. And so the next step is the crowning of thorns. Now this step, the crowning of thorns, is the relationship of front and back. We've done above and below with foot washing. We've done left and right with the scourging. Now we're doing front and back. The crowning of thorns is really important because it denotes the spiritual experience that comes about after the scourging of the thoughts, because we've rejected the demons. We've done our hesychistic prayer for 6 months to a year, 3 months to 6 months to 6 months to a year, rejected the demons. Every time we begin to experience grace in the breath, perhaps after a year, or at least something after, you would have experienced spiritual touch behind the eyes, or mourning, holy compunction. Good. That's part of it. Remember, blessed are those who mourn. If you become poor in spirit through concentration without effort in prayer, in the morning for an hour, that makes you poor in spirit. We've talked about many times the theory behind this process of hesychism. Now, the crown of thorns is actually the experience of Christ. So once you experience these, get through these trials, well, greater trials come, but you're granted the experience of the kingdom of heaven, the beginning of it anyway. So without a doubt, it's Christ within who reveals himself in the blood. So it is a crown of thorns. The spiritual experience is a crown of thorns because it's a responsibility. It's a responsibility to help others. Remember, it's a relationship of above and below. So you're not there to gain power, and you won't be allowed it if that's what you're seeking. So it's what's happened here? It just went boo-boo. Battery remaining 10%. Maybe it's this microphone. anyway, that's enough. We have been going for 5 hours. And so this crowning of thorns is authentic spiritual experience. What does this mean? This relationship of in front and the back. It means because of our sin, we have shame and fear. Before the fall, these things were devotion and courage. We lost those things, and they are deep-rooted feelings that we don't experience consciously. They're in our subconscious. They are revealed through doing the hesychistic prayer and concentration. They are revealed. That goes to the subconscious. We wake up and go to sleep at the same time. That's what happens in this. That's why we're going into the tabernacle. We're going deeper into the unconscious. And so what is revealed is our shame and our fear. And so we have to encounter that and overcome it internally by asking for forgiveness, by doing our prayers, by giving thanks. Lots of the gift of tears. But we have to be courageous at the same time. It's these two emotions that actually keep us from the experience of the kingdom of heaven and God. And so this is cured by doing keeping Christ's commandments and doing this prayer, keeping the 3 oaths through concentration without effort prayer. And so in the unconscious is the vital body or the psychological body, you could call it. In your frontal human being, you experience the world, it's aimed out in the world, your limbs are aimed out in the world, in the surface. That's where courage is aimed. The dorsal human being is kind of dumb. It can't see anything, right? You can't see behind you. In the vital body, in the unconscious, and think about this, you understand this in your dreams. You can only see forward, right? But in your dreams, it's always of your past. It's everything you've experienced. And your sin is tied up with what you end up dreaming about. The imagistic unconscious, you look into the past in frontal, in front. In the rear, in the vital unconscious, is the future. It's black. You're disconnected from it because of your fear. It's cured by devotion. Those faculties are restored by devotion and courage, moral courage, and seeking Christ through concentration without effort in prayer, keeping this hour practice in the morning with the concentration though. It has to be with the concentration. And the Jesus prayer, of course. In the passive active state. How we talk about how it's done in the lectures. Go to the Substack page, Greenwood lectures, and they're divided into different categories, practice and such. And so the dorsal human being is the future. Christ comes. He's more I than I myself am, remember? In a sense, later on, when the zone of silence or the zone of spiritual touch is like very close to your observation point of experience. It is where that is. But the point is more on the edge of sleep and dreams is a better way of knowing it. You just don't have access to this. But the point is the frontal human being in that sense is the past. And the past is shame. You have to be courageous with your rear though. The dorsal human being in the unconscious, that is. Because it in a sense arises from there, closer than the closest of the point of observation of what is visual. And you'll notice that when you experience in the depth of practice, where and others in the fellowship experience the same thing. The zone of silence, the spiritual touch is sort of behind, it feels like it's behind the eyes. Anyway, not going into more detail of that because it's not what we're talking about today, but the point is, the crowning of thorns is about this because you're dealing with that shame is being dealt with, that fear is being dealt with, and it's replaced by courage and emotion. Sinner, the will to power person has courage, right? It's like a cynical courage of the pagan. Because it's not is being dealt with. The sinner, the will to power person has courage, right? Understand that the fake gnosis is a kind of knowledge that they gain because we have to explain their experience, right? And to show how false it is and how it is part of the devil's deception. And for the Easterners, they're granted light but no truth. They're granted joy or a psychological peace or the self-divinization practices which don't achieve that, and they only lead to damnation at the end of life, even if they grant a psychological peace. And so that crowning of thorns is internal, and with it, and by having courage, by facing the things we face at night, being woken up by the devil, for instance, in terms of cosmic forces, we are granted we are granted Christ, and he reveals himself in authentic spiritual experience, but there's responsibilities to help others. And I'm not, as I say, I'm not talking about things I don't know and haven't been through. This is all, I'm speaking from experience. So it can be done if we do the practice for an hour, but it has to be the concentration has to go with it, and do it as I describe. And this is all backed up by the Philokalia saints. I've got quotes in the Discord that show and justify the things I've been talking about, how the practice is done with Jesus' prayer and concentration. But it just has to be done with concentration. St. Palamas talks all about concentration being pinnacle, a key to this process. So, has to be done. But that's what people... The automatic breath. It's all part of allowing grace to enter us and to participate in it, rather than controlling it yourself. That's what's key. We went through 2 weeks ago, we went through the quotes about the grace and the breath from St. Palamas and St. Gregory of Sinai. And it's absolutely clear that's what they're talking about. Grace speeds the breath up and controls the breathing. They're careful about how they say it because they have to be. But it's very clear from the context. And so, anyway, that's the crowning of thorns. And externally, you'll have to bear witness to the truth. People will attack you for it. That's part of the crown of thorns. Bearing authentic, true spiritual experience and the possible way to it. I get attacked in the comments sometimes, but that's nothing compared to what, people, apostles and the disciples went through. It becomes easier and easier to deal with because the Lord grants peace so quickly. But yeah, people say things. You have there's a response, but the Lord actually destroys those the very next morning. But yeah, I'm human. I still experience it in the moment, but I won't react. And then very quickly that night, or if I go and seek the Lord in hesychastic prayer, He'll annihilate it. And I'll ask for forgiveness for any critical thoughts that might pop up on me, and bless them. I bless them. You bless them straight away. As soon as that stuff happens, you flee to the Lord. Like, the sooner you can get to Him. And as things go on, He grants peace much quicker. But you need to repent, and then if you immediately flee to Him, you experience compunction and tears, inner or outer. Mine come inner more now, but with inner tears. This morning, and after that He grants divine peace, and so He annihilates any egoistic wounding, and love is returned. And of course you pray for the people that attack you. It's just provokings of demons that they fall to, unfortunately. But yeah, gosh, man, I'm very grateful. You can always mute the comment there as well, if it's But yeah, thank God. That's what the Lord grants. True peace. Divine peace, though. It's not psychological peace. Beatitude. Thank God. Glory to Him. And so here we are. The rain calms down a little bit. 5:07. Well, and so the crowning of thorns is that it's have to bear witness to authentic spiritual experience. At the same time, you have to be silent for a long time, and that's something I talked to a great friend about recently, saying, a lot of people want to go out into the world and debate, do apologetics, and this critical mode, it separates you from the Lord. So you want to be careful also. If you want to be a theological type, ultimately, we shouldn't do it unless it's coming from gnosis, unless we have theology and the certainty of the ground of truth as a fact of experience, as St. Sophrony says. It comes from hesychism. That's the true theology. Academic theology is a proposition. It's fine, okay. Those people need to, listen to the saint. He'll tell you that abstraction will just become an idol for you. And really, the people that should be doing it should have hesychism first and experience theology as a fact of experience. What do you do? I get it's difficult. People want to participate, right? And they don't know how to get there. And so they go to university. But St. Sophrony went to the same universities and walked away because it wasn't ultimately the Lord. It wasn't leading there either. He did all the theology. He went, nah, I'm going to Athos. It's not happening. It's just keeping me away. And so he went to Athos, and through compunction, through all that, he was granted these things I'm talking about. Anyway. Look, I think I might bring it to a close soon. That's the end of the Crown of Thorns. I think in 2 weeks' time we'll go through the Passion again, as it'll be, well, it'll be Easter. I won't do it on Easter because I'll be worshipping. Maybe during the day I will, because on Easter Day there's no ceremony on, so I might actually do, I'm talking about Orthodox Easter here. I'll see, I don't know what's next week. Maybe next week we'll finish off the last steps of the Passion on Saturday before Easter, because I'm going to be doing worship on Orthodox Easter, but next week we can talk about the last steps. We got to the crowning of thorns of authentic spiritual experience, and yeah, all right. Let me see if this phone's working. Doesn't look like it. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. I'll just read your chats and then we'll bring this to a close. I'll see you tomorrow though, don't worry. We'll be on the coast of Australia tomorrow talking about Christ's miracles. So, don't worry. ZDMC says working, very encouraging gospel reading. I'm glad, my friend. All right, everyone. I'm gonna bring this to a close. I hope you enjoyed that. If you're just tuning in now, you can look at the monastery visit earlier in the stream. And I'm going to pray to the Lord to see if I should delete that stuff earlier or cut it out of the stream with our friend, the monk, when he was talking. Like I said, though, I got permission to use the camera, but that's all good. I'll pray about it and see what to do. All right. Everyone, I'll see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock talking about Christ's miracles. Very important because they tie in with the Passion. And I've got stuff prepared for that to talk about. Maybe we'll go into some of this material we didn't get to today. Now let me get the camera around. All right, my dear friends. Whoops. Whoa, don't want to get that wet actually. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed that. And do attend and join us on the next pilgrimage. There's one more for Pentecost, and then we will have at the end of the year before Christmas, which is, it's quite a while away, it's 6 months away, we're going to Scotland, and all the English and European friends. Most of them actually are not Australian. There aren't that many Australian followers, but are there, so that'll be good. We'll go there. There'll be a few of us, I'm sure, at Iona and various holy places. I'll see you then. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you. Glory to Christ our King. Lovely smell of wood fires here. We have a long walk back though. Hopefully it's not raining the whole time. I'll see you tomorrow, friends.